Hello. Hello, Neon. Hello, hello, welcome. Welcome, everyone. That's okay. What matters is that you're learning and you're trying. That's all I ever ask from anyone, really, is to try. So I'm just letting this play out for him. Wait, perfect, 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 and stop. Wonderful. Hello. Hello and welcome. We're off to a great start because my voice was feeling just fine until about an hour and a half ago. And we're already just a smidge raspy, but you know what? It's fine. It's all gonna be okay. Because I did a thing earlier this week. I whipped up a little something something in Utao, aka Vocaloid at Home. I did. Hi Viz, you're just in time. I did a thing. Let me make sure that... Yes, good. We simply boop right on over here. This is Defoco up here. She'll be guiding us on this little adventure. Oh shit, hang on, I forgot to... Hang on. Hold. Hold. I forgot something. Hopefully that works. We'll put the volume at that. Okay. And now we go back over here. I forgot to unmute her. Try again. I understand completely. Take two.
슈가 슈가 우대니다 가래대 고고로 노가기와 이만은 스마트다 회사 이것이 너 멜로디 고놈이 오트트니 이만 하나 답대다 오 문에 오고 가슴恋人もいる愛の玉よはや命まで奪って消えた消えた二人は空へ
Beautiful. Thank you, Defoco. Isn't it so funny how the version they seem to sing in game seems to be a little different than the version on the soundtrack. Isn't that so funny? I wonder what would have caused that. But yes, I looked at some sheet music to make that happen. I was gonna say who did the sheet music, and then I forgot. Is it this one? Yes, it is. Beekeeper Gal on Muse Score. Although it says on here transcribed by Amy Luna. Yes, yes. And real quick, I wanted to on the sheet music. They had a little note, you see. A little note on the sheet music. Right around measure 24 here. It says, if you look here, Clavier burns and dies here. Transcription of Clavier burning his guitar. I thought that was a nice touch. It was very good. It's very good. Oh yeah, I just wanted to share that that's a thing that I did. And I did the Japanese lyrics because it's much easier to work with Japanese in Utao because that's the language that it was designed for. English is a bit trickier. Not impossible, but trickier. I tried some in English, and we will maybe listen to those later if we want. I'd have to render them again. Ugh. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. Either way. Oh, yes. So, while I have good news and bad news. The bad news is, while I was looking at the Ace Attorney wiki, I was trying to be very careful, but I went to the Ace Attorney wiki for the lyrics, and I might have seen some spoilers for this case. The good news is, as an individual with ADHD, I have the memory of a goldfish, so I've forgotten almost all of them, despite that only being a few days ago. So, you know, that's nice. So if we get to a point where I'm like, oh yeah, that's that thing I saw the other day. That's what I'm talking about. Is that right there? Is the fact that I accidentally spoiled myself a little. But it's fine. It's all fine. Okay, so last time, previously on Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, we Apollo Justice, the Ace Attorney, we're witness, kind of, to a moida in the backstage of a rock concert performed by the Gavineers, whose leading man is Mr. Clavier Gavin, prosecutor Clavier Gavin, our designated opponent for this game. Our court-mandated opponent, quite literally. Yes, Mr. Romain Latouche was murdered, manager of, Lamoire, but Lamoire, and, her young pianist Machi Tobai, specifically her, but they go together everywhere. After many twists and turns and revelations, we discover that Lamoire kind of witnessed the crime, except she's blind, so she didn't really witness it at all. What else? Oh, but she did hear the crime. She heard the voice of the person who did the murder, and it was a police officer, a friend of Clavier Gavin, and member of the Gavineers, a man named Darian Crescend. Ba-ba-ba. And we found out that Mr. Lettuce was a member of the International Police, or Interpol. And we found out, through our investigations, that he became Lamoire's manager to try and track down who was a potential smuggler who was smuggling, are they just called Borginian cocoons? They might just be called some kind of bug cocoon. Maybe it's not I don't know. Anyway, some kind of it's called a cocoon. They call it a cocoon. He was carrying around a tie-dye lump of plastic, vaguely egg-shaped lump of plastic, as a sample for what these cocoons look like. And he's trying because taking one of those cocoons out of Virginia is a criminal offense punishable by death, which seems a little extreme. But you know, I'm not a fucking cop. What do I know? Oh, and we find out that these cocoons are so valuable because because they contain the cure to the disease known as incuritis. A completely normal name for a disease, previously thought incurable, but apparently these cocoons can cure it. So, you know. Yeah, no, incuritis. Incuritus. Incuritis. Yes. That's the name of the disease. What's wrong with that? What could possibly be wrong with that? Anyway, we find out that that Machi, in fact, has been the one who smuggled a cocoon out of Virginia. Oh gosh, what the fuck else did we find out? Oh, we found an igniter, a little machine, a tiny little, basically just a computer chip with a lighter on it, set to be activated by a remote switch, which we also found. We found the switch inside the piano, and it was making it sound all funny. And we found a spare igniter in Lamoire's dressing room, and then the actual one that set Clavier's guitar on fire was in the guitar that he sent off to be tested, and it was a whole thing. And I guess it didn't seem relevant to the crime, so it was kind of put on the, well, no pun intended, it was put on the back burner. But anyway. But I guess now he can be like, hey, this is relevant to the crime, please, you know. Yeah, you're fucktitis. Yeah. I guess now that it's relevant to the crime, it can, he can maybe push on that a little more and have some test results that he can dramatically reveal in court later on, probably, when it most inconveniences us, the defense. So, you know, that's cool. Oh, yes. Perhaps most importantly of all, Lamoire was attacked backstage. She... You know, I was gonna say she didn't see her assailant. We established earlier that she's blind. Yes, she did not see her assailant. And very importantly, her assailant did not speak. Her assailant did not say a word. Funny. Funny how that is. Almost like they learned their lesson or something. But anyway, she runs onto the stage because they managed to hit her on the forehead. They hit her on the forehead, and she runs away. She runs onto the stage because she knows that they're working on the lights and it'll be dark in there. And hey, guess what? Everything is always dark for her anyway, so she's like, oh good, I can hide here. And she hops inside a big old instrument case and hides in there. And we find her. We find her in there, and we take her to the bad clinic. We don't talk about the doctor at that clinic. It was a bad time. Yeah. She tells us she makes it out okay. We're big damn heroes. She tells us everything that happened there. And as we're talking, she acts as an interpreter for us to Machi. And that's when Machi tells us that he's the one who's been smuggling the cocoons. And as we're about to learn why he's been smuggling the cocoons, we're interrupted by Officer Darian Crescend, who's like, you got a call from the Virginian Embassy, you need to leave right now, bye. And so, that's funny. That's awfully suspicious. I think that's about all the relevant stuff. I think that was it. Sure, let's go with yes. Let's go with yes, that was everything and it was the best recap ever. Good job, Palace. Thank you. Oh, and in between streams, Hellish Cerberus has followed. Thank you. I appreciate you. Off we go! off to court. It didn't actually have to go back to the title screen. It's fine. Load game. This one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I try my best. July 10th, 9:49 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 2. Well, this is it. Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, now go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving. Darian, wait. I never liked you. Either of you. Oh yeah, and he was really rude about it too. Huh? Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. Oh. He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. And I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. What was that? He is heard but unseen. Oh. He is heard but unseen. Who's that talking? Volant Gramarye, I exclaimed as he walked in through the door, normally. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valant? I'm gonna switch back between Valant and Volant. It's just, until they tell me one or the other, which they won't, it's just gonna be either or. A preposterous proposition. How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. Horrendous. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. Except for right now, I guess. Ooh, with vanishing magic? Indeed! I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. That doesn't sound like vanishing magic. But before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? A grand Gramarye glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. Oh yeah, this guy. This is Trucy's uncle. He's a magician. You might have been able to tell. Thank you, Mittens. Oh my goodness, 7 months. How dare you insult me in this way? Hello. Thank you very much. He gave us a videotape of the performance and told us that he was brought on as a specialist of sorts to make this grand effect to happen, where she disappeared and appeared on the other side of this stadium place. Sure, yes, good. He was there. He did a thing. Do not forget this truth. A glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell! And there he goes. He sure seemed happy about that illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually, it involves cutting up things, like people or elephants, or the Eiffel Tower. Anything, really. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert. Lamoire's disappearing act, and Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. I wonder what he meant by it being at the root of all that has happened. Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Ah, excuse me, sir. Yeah? The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. Huh? Did something happen? This is a first. It was by the judge's request, some urgent personal business. Great. I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas. Oh man, a judge that watches courtroom dramas. That explains everything. Apparently he's visiting the hospital again. Oh yeah, and the Chief Justice's son, wouldn't you know it, has some kind of incurable disease. We don't know what that disease is called. We've been told that it's incurable, that's all. The hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition worsened considerably this morning. The Chief Justice's son? Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning? The judge said he had to go visit him after the trial. There's an article about it in the newspaper. Incuritis syndrome, huh? If you care to read about it yourself. Newspaper article adds to the court record. Incuritis. Where have I heard that before? I hate it here. Oh, well, that's just that. I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. I can't read. Just leave the TV guide page to me. Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. July 10th, 10:30 a.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 3. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of... how do you say this name again? Machi Tobai, our suspect fortissimo. Hi, Clavier. How are you? Right. It's his trial in any case. Still hasn't said it. The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor? No. Well, yes. It's just, I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time. Incuritis, was it? That article said there's no known cure! You don't fucking say. Head Judge, let me say, with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday. I asked Interpol about that number. IPX 314206. There was an extra X in there. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouche. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescend. It's a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Hold it. Wait. That voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it. It was him. That voice I heard, talking to Mr. Latouche, when I heard the gunshots fired. Hi, Matthew. It was him. It was Mr. Darien. No way! Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darien would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect? I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Darien Crescent is a member of my band, the Gaviniers. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet, after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is? Weren't you aware, Herr Forehead? He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Gaviniers ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, they had to put it back together. Our guest took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Lamoire, and Machi, and the drummer, I guess, along with the drummer and a bassist for a total of 5. Yeah, alright, sure. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the 3rd set. Lamoire and the defendant, Machi Tobai, had left the stage at that point, and the Gaviniers were already rocking. Bang! This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Skye, mind you. And Apollo. You heard them too, right? I sure did. Furthermore, Lamoire herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime, when she claims to have heard Mr. Latouche and Darian Crescend talking. But that's impossible. Detective Crescend was... Precisely. Detective Crescend was on stage, getting his groove on, no less. Voila. A perfect alibi. Does the defense have anything to add to this? It's true. When I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up. It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darian Crescend's alibi has been acknowledged, which means that Lamoire was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections. Uh-oh, Apollo. If he declares a verdict now... Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. Lamoire might have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? About the case. What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Latouche's death. This meeting's over. Darian? Machi was trying to tell us something. I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him. Under oath. Very well. The court finds the defendant... what was his name again?
Objection!
Your Honor! No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or Mr. Justice. Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who until now has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls defendant Machi Tobai to the stand. Oh my god, the defendant speaking on their own behalf? This is unprecedented. What? But he doesn't speak English. We'll use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases, such as, I love you, and where is the toilet? The defense would like to request Lamoire as the interpreter. Lamoire? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? I mean, if he goes, and that translates to, I did it, I'm the murderer, she can just go, I didn't do it, I wasn't the murderer. This is most unusual. Bravo, Herr Forehead. Herr Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamoire lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lamoire to the witness stand. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name, to begin with, if you would, Lamoire. Yes. He says, Machi Tobai, the defendant. This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. It's best to be safe. So far, so good. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? If I would what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? What do I want him to testify about? I hadn't thought that far yet. Apollo, aren't you gonna ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me, a moment, if I might speak. Yes, Lamoire. Just now, Machi said there is something about which he wishes to testify. Machi wants to testify about something? What could it be? What sort of testimony is he talking about? One moment, please. Oh, the suspense is killing me. Yeah, no, that's very fair. No. See, we're expected to know what we're doing at all times. It's how it works. If we don't know what's going on, who could possibly? What? What? Well, Lamoire, according to Machi, he has proof of his innocence. What? This is a surprise. Yahoo! Victory, Apollo! We did it! This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means. Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. Machi, please testify to the court. Very well. Proof of innocence. He says that word of Mr. Latuse's death came as a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, that is, he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. That's a fair point. I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely. I wondered what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask Lamoire to know the meaning of that song. Lamoire, did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him? I did tell him, generally, what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. Has my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead? Lamoire might be protecting the witness. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would. Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday. It'll work today. Boom, boom. Proof of innocence. The word of Mr. Latuse's death came as a great shock. Were Machi and Mr. Latuse close? Yes, after we traveled around the world on tour together. Lamoire, this is Machi's cross-examination, not yours. But I knew the answer. This is a court of law. We'll play by the book. I understand. When Prosecutor Gavin's tough, he's really tough. Machi says he was very good friends with Mr. Latuse. Mr. Latuse was always a gentle man, never angry. We got along quite well. I never dreamed something like this would happen. The guitar serenade, correct? Yes, the crime followed the lyrics of the song. The theft of the keyring, the burning guitar, and the bullet. This is why it could not have been me. By could not have done it, you mean... It is very simple. Machi could not have done all the things that happened that day. For all those things followed the song lyrics closely. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand. Wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the meaning of the lyrics? No, he's a pianist. He did know what the song was about. Its mood, shall we say. This was enough to play by. Alright, you have a point. I told him it was a song about a guitar in love. It's not actually the guitar that's in love, strictly speaking. Oh, perhaps I misunderstood. No, not really. Yours is also a valid interpretation. Okay? No, it is my fault. I am too used to singing in Bourguignon. Oh my god, he does know what the song is about. It is much easier than trying to understand these English lyrics. Yay! I knew he was innocent! I believe he is too, Trucy. I do. What's wrong, Apollo? You got a tummy ache or something? Yes, and I'm being very brave about it. Something's hidden in that testimony. If it's the truth, I'll find it. Shock. Oh. We can see through the glasses in super perception mode. I see. With my special eyes. Enhance. Ah. I saw that. Gotcha. Wow. Machi, you can't fool my eyes. Hmm? You glanced toward her the very moment Lamoire said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Machi, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course he can't. Must he continue this charade? I mean, he can understand English without speaking it. Kinda, maybe, you know, can you? Probably. Yeah, no, we really love to just implicate our own client and then go, wait, no, not like that though. Psych? Psych. Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all. What? Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance? Well, yeah, but... I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? Maybe. It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. The newspaper? I mean, he was probably told that he was being arrested for murder, but the specifics of it. The Bourguignon Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland. I was right. What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they are quite fierce all of a sudden. Machi's lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. I do have that. Article about the case doesn't mention the lyrics. Take that. I'm so sorry, but take that. Take that! I have here a Bourguignon newspaper. The Bourguignon Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. It has pictures of Spider-Man! Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Machi? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. What? What is this all about? I'm sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Bourguignon newspaper. Yeah, no, it's fine. Sorry, kid. Can't lie in court. Except if you're the prosecutor. What does this mean? But I don't see how it's possible. Ah, I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. And you know this because? I read the full report myself. Thank you for answering my question. So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper, and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain himself. Machi says. He says. Yes. It is true I read the newspaper. But this is not where I learned the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember. Oh, of course you do. You remember. He says he heard of the lyrics from me. What? You just said he didn't. Is this true, Lamoire? Yes. I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself. Oh, you're lying in court now too, huh? That's cool. Then it looks like Herr Forehead's been jumping to conclusions again. It seems so, yes. No. I was onto something. I know it. I can't let this chance slip away. Time is an issue today. Mr. Justice, are you finished with the cross-examination? What are you gonna do, Apollo? If I'm gonna keep on cross-examining, I'd better have an angle of attack. Or else. My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well. Witness? I understand. But this time... Where are her hands? Does she have like a... Hang on, let me zoom out. Hi, Jeb. How are you? Hands? Where hands? No hands. What was her tell last time? No, nothing about the motorcycle. Nothing about the motorcycle. Ahem. What was her tell last time? Don't remember. Fucking wiggle her ears or something? You remember? Her tell from last time or the answer? Because if you remember her tell from last time, I would like to hear that. answer. Well, it's not exaggerated. That's why we have to look with our special eyes. Could it be? Her mouth isn't moving when she talks.
Gotcha!
Gotcha? Oh, right. Swallow. Yes, I forgot. Lamoire. I'm glad they gave that to me because I was not looking there at all. I forgot, yes. She swallows nervously. I was just like, her mouth isn't moving when she's talking on this line. I'm glad they gave that to me. Lamoire. I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. I really love how we tell them what their tell is every time. Yeah. I really love that we tell them what their tell is so they know to stop doing it. That's really cool of us. It's really nice, actually. It was I who explained. I see there is little point in trying to hide anything from you. Lamoire, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Yeah, I remembered as soon as I saw that she was doing it this time. Then allow me to answer for you. Lamoire, you're protecting Valant Gramarye! I mean... My badge! You're protecting my badge. You're protecting a Phoenix Wright! I mean... It's Machi, right? It has to be.
Take that!
But because that's the obvious... Oh, okay. Lamoire, you're protecting Machi. I was gonna say, if it felt like it felt too obvious. I was expecting a gotcha, but no, it's just that clear. Lamoire, you're protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Machi, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you. But you've lied to us twice. And now you have Lamoire lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. Ah! Gotti. Witnesses, this true. Do you understand English? Yes, a little only. What? First he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Lamoire. No, I did not. It is quite a surprise. How many secrets is this witness hiding? Last. This is last. Machi, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting! I did no shooting! So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those 2 gunshots, correct? Didn't say that, just said he didn't shoot him. Apparently the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room, behind desk, Manager, he on floor. Which would be after the shooting, right? Then there is voice. Voice? Or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Machi went into the dressing room, Mr. Latouche had already been shot. And then we came to the door. Panel high up. I take off. Run away. Run away. So it was you who escaped through that air vent. Pretty sus of you. As the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession?
Objection!
No! No! He's clearly denied that he did it. I know shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor.
Objection!
The victim had already been shot, you say. I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? Would the defendant like to get up and stretch? It's a court-mandated stretch break. Why must you? Why must you? Why must you with this? Wait, where the heck? Oh, it's up there. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? He's clammed up, Apollo. Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Hang on 1 second. Will you require any further testimony from the witness? Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait, no, of course there is. What is this cocoon anyway? Wait. The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure? Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. That cocoon has to have something to do with this. Machi, please, tell us the truth, for your own sake. No more speak. Not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, Hair Forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. I call this wing set. Whee! July 10th, 11:23 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby, number 2. Apollo Eustace. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. I know what they mean to say, but... believe, I know shooting. Machi claims Mr. Latouche was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Good line, but also bad line. Very bad. Yeah, and no. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it. Suddenly, I hear revolver. Close. Very close. Then I hear voice. You heard gunshots? Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound. Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead, and then you heard shots? If that's true... So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots. And you escaped through the air vent. I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vent went to both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means? Hey, he's right. Look, Apollo. Huh? Yeah. But how did you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. Trucy, no. Honey, I hear this from Magician. Magician? Don't look at me! A magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latouche. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's gonna go over well in court. Not. Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. I don't know if that's how that works. That's what Daddy always told me. You know what? That explains it. That explains everything. That explains it all. Oh boy. Phoenix Wright, bad influence. I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. So what do we do? You're sure you won't testify, Machi? No talking. No. Well, it was worth a shot. That cocoon. I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Borginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Borginia is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. Of course, he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan? If Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? Well, there are only about 4 relevant people in this case, so I'm gonna say Lamoire. I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right. July 10th, 11:28 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 3. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? No, Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. It is, just, differently. Actually, it is. I wrote this game. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. A different angle? What about a different devil? If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lamoire. Lamoire?
Objection!
What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamoire's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lamoire was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lamoire dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I've heard no such report. That's your fault. Prosecutor Gavin. Why would anyone be out to kill Lamoire? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think. I do! I do think! It's rare, but sometimes I think it was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So, am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lamoire's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover. Exactly. My badge. If Lamoire was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lamoire's testimony once more. Lamoire, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I'm very used to it by now. I know that Machi is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window. And that the voice belonged to Darian Crescend, yes? That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof. You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice. I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know. Lots of things, and yet it is my duty to hear him out. Alright, sorry to inconvenience you all. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court. Of course, Your Honor. Boom, boom. What I heard. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latouche and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. I am sorry. I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my Oh, I didn't read what the judge said. Whatever. He was like, oh, that sure was a testimony, all right. Perhaps my descriptions were... What did he say? Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. See? Nothing of value was lost. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said here is the truth. Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lamoire was attacked because of this testimony. What? Trucy? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Me? Oh, thank you. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. The lesson here is not to think. Ever. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. Fucking puts on shades. Tell me what you know. On my way from the stage to the backstage exit. Tell me more, tell me more. Did you hear a gunshot? Is something wrong? I know I said hold it, but she's saying the same thing she said before. Mr. Justice? Sorry, it's nothing. Please continue with your testimony. Now I know what they mean about the reckless youth these days. The one in red over there is a shining example, Herr Judge. You're the last person who should be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar. Mr. Latouche and the detective. Darian Crescend. I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There is no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the scene was closed. Is that why? Of course. Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. She's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can try. I'm gonna come back to this. I want to hear the rest of it. I'll just play it safe here. I can be calm and collected too sometimes. Don't get too calm, or you might grind to a halt. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I liked you better before with the do I have to repeat myself bit. So which should I be? Maybe I'm overthinking this whole thing. Sound of a gunshot. Stop. Turn down gunshot. There were 2 gunshots. Yes, I heard 2, one after the other. It fits with the bullet holes at the scene. Nothing really new here to pick up. The smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone. Why didn't you tell someone immediately? Well, if it were me, I would have gone to the police right away. It's our duty as citizens. This may be beside the point, but Lamois isn't a citizen. Though one would hope such common sense prevails in Bourgogne as well. Lamois seems awfully quiet all of a sudden. That's strange. Could she be hiding something? It is as you say, yet at the time. I was in a hurry. Hey, what were you in a hurry about? That's true. You were in a hurry. To go where? I was on my way to the backstage exit, as I have said. Why were you in such a hurry then? Well, I don't think that has anything to do with this case. It very well might. Please answer the question.
Objection!
Are you all right, Lamois? Yes. Yes, I am just tired. Recall what I told you yesterday, Herr Forehead. Lamois suffers from serious amnesia. Please refrain from traumatizing her further. What, so he can just dismiss questions that he thinks are too traumatizing? Why don't you prove her reason had a connection to the case before asking about it, yeah? The prosecution's objection is sustained. Yeah, that's a valid point. Now that you can understand it. Current question is moot, Mr. Justice. Please continue. Attacked because of this testimony. I know she was. Something's got to be hidden here. Some detail we're missing? Yes. Fill in the blanks. Right. It was here.
Hold it!
Boop. Let's see. What were they talking about? Lamois, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I have given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remember something that was said. Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it. The clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. The shooter, then. Daring Crescent. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch now. Huh. Switch. And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latouche. Oh, it's coming together. I thought it quite strange myself afterward. It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? Sure. I'd be delighted. It's very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo? In a small window, I heard a voice say, press the switch now. I kind of wanted to press on the other thing. I'm gonna do that real quick.
Hold it!
Remember a part of their conversation. Yes, oh, this is new. Miss Lucian Detective. Remember quite clearly. Oh, okay, never mind, we can't. Heard a voice say, press the switch now. Perhaps I can press on this real quick. They probably want me to present, and it was Detective Daring Crescent's voice. Yes, I am sure of it. It's over, press the switch. Why would he say that to Mr. Lettuce? Apollo, the murder weapon, the revolver was Mr. Lettuce's, right? Yeah, what of it? Well, maybe when he said press the switch. No, that's not a switch, that's a trigger, silly. He really meant to say pull the trigger. Because his English isn't so good. No, his English is fine. And it was Darian that was talking. Dan Kashend is a native speaker. Oh right. Sorry, I kind of forgot who was what. Press the switch. Not something a killer usually says to their victim, is it? Was there no one else in the room? I do not know. All I heard was Mr. Lettuce and the detective. Alright. I have here one Nintendo Switch. Objection. Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh. Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here. That hasn't been invented yet! That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage. Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage. Are you claiming that the voice Lamoire heard was of someone commanding another to press this switch? It's a possibility.
Objection!
Oh, Herr Forehead, I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lamoire's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gaviniers were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have Herr Forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone on stage from the dressing room. My badge! It's the Henson.
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this. Why that's... What? What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? This is a type of transmitter, a communications device. Communications? Device? From what I've heard, that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes, actually. They're for talking between band members. We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple.
Objection!
True, but wait. Those send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited. Lamoire said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this photograph! Ah, exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be! So when Lamoire heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage, but then the other people, well, yeah, sure, yes.
Objection!
Ha, you're claiming this is the switch in question. Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch? Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it. Ugh. I was sure this was the way to go with this. What is this switch, anyway? I told you yesterday, motherfucker. To my own detriment, I'll add. We don't even know that basic fact. Oh, we do actually. Never mind, I didn't tell you that. I just showed you the Burninator. Au contraire. Wait a second. I do know what the switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know about this switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning this switch, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Justice. Later, Mittens. I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking this switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. Just for... See, I'm pretty sure I know what I'm doing, but I'm gonna safety save just in case. Just in case. Evans, do you have to explain what the switch is? Wabam? Triggered by remote trigger. Yep. Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this? Ah, that's that. The what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Yow, 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 yow! Why were you holding it? Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Why were you holding it? Do we just hand evidence directly to the judge whenever we present it? Here you go. Look at this. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I'd expected. If my whiskers had caught on fire. Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. A thing I said I didn't want to do. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Ah, exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Sure wasn't. Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right, he got it in Virginia from Lamoire. He said the sound was amazing. Before it burned, of course. Now it just kinda smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. I think you're just saying that to try and pass off the fact that you were so fucking mad. So mad. Hair forehead. Yeah? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice, heard by Lamoire, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed, and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really? It seems pretty simple to me.
Objection!
Hair forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. Oh my god, he respects us. You respect me? I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? His simple story simply makes no sense. Think. That night, my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this, indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. Ah, that's right, of course. The guitar caught fire during Lamoire's song. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See, his story makes no sense.
Objection!
Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act.
Objection!
What's this? But Detective Emma Skye heard shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act.
Objection!
Gunshots rang out, and according to this testimony, Machi was in that dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. It is kind of Sonic adjacent. He also told us this in his testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What? Order. But that goes against the evidence. Does it? What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes? Hey, he's right, look! The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose. Reversed, Prosecutor Gavin. If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes, the shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet Herr Forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective! The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse! Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way. Order. That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second.
Objection!
I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly, it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. What? Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Herr Forehead, one I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lamoire have heard a voice through it? She didn't, motherfucker. Hey, guess what? Hey, guess what? Hey, guess what? She's wearing a fucking earpiece, you goddamn jabroni! Oh. I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lamoire's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch. And near the crime scene, we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated, immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Can't you tell us how Lamoire heard the voice? Key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Yeah. Okay, Justice, you've got one thing to prove and one thing only. Lamoire heard a voice, and she heard it during the second set. Think, how was Lamoire able to hear the voice? Okay, this is not what I was expecting. I'm gonna save again, because I want to know what she has divine hearing it gives us. I'm pretty sure it's she was somewhere else. But what is... Yeah, obviously she can hear so well. She's so good at hearing. The window was closed, as you say, yet Lamoire could still hear the voice. Because she has the power of divine hearing! That's the only explanation. The witness is a siren, Mr. Justice, not a saint. I said hearing, Your Honor, not healing. Well, that fell on deaf ears. I'm not sure I know what this divine hearing ability is. Then perhaps we should hear it straight from the all-powerful voice himself. Can't you explain how clairaudience has anything to do with this case? Oh, that's a fun word for it. Clairaudience. Ooh, clairaudience. Oh, I like that. Clairaudience. It's got a good mouthfeel. Can we just move on now? Only if you can enlighten this court. Time to rethink this. Okay, good. We weren't penalized. Heard a voice. Yes. She was... Oh, I mean, if we're not penalized, then we may as well. Yeah, the window was just open. Obviously, the window was open. It had to be for her to hear the voice.
Objection!
News bulletin, Hair Forehead. That horse is dead. Stop beating it for all our sakes. That window was closed. This is a hard fact reported by the investigation team. But... Oh, you have evidence to the contrary, perhaps? Well, no, but... Then do be quiet. I tire of this charade. Time to rethink this. Okay. Never punished! Let's go! Never punished! She was somewhere else. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it had it been open either. Meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. Ah, it's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Borginian too. What is that? I think I get what he means by that, but it's still, you could have picked a better way to phrase that. Now you just sound like a racist. As I was saying, Lamoire could not hear the voice through that window. So there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this? You do amuse me so. Oh my god, he thinks we're funny. And here I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Hair Forehead? Lamoire clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. Did she? And there is only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is? Ah, I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well, you claim Lamoire heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was. Lamoire heard the voice from here. Was she in the air vent? She was in the vent. On account of the magician! This is where Lemoire heard that voice from. But that's no small window, that's the air vent. She doesn't speak English, motherfuck. Well, she does. What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Also, she's standing right there and we can ask her.
Objection!
Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So Lamois was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice. That's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, hair forehead. Nice Princess Bride reference. Okay, what about it isn't logical? Huh, it hardly merits saying. Why would Lamois be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is Shrimple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lamoir? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. I admit it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. But why should that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. Ugh. The problem here is words. Lamoir, this small window through which you heard the voice. Was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on a wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. What? Ooh, baby. You know what? I was off, but I had the spirit. Order, whatever he said. Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room, and that's where you heard the moment of the crime? Yes, in fact, I was. I'm sorry. I never imagined it would become such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure I can't. May I remind you this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please. Well, looks like I'm on the right track. Boom, boom. Above the ceiling. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. That is a big vent! That's huge! That's way bigger than I thought it was. Oh. That's way bigger. Okay. I thought... See, I was a picture much shorter, you know? Like, Solid Snake crawling on her hands and knees kind of shit. No, that's... She has to duck, sure, but she can just walk in there. Hi, Beheaded. This is... Well, no, this is a photograph. I'll show you what justice looks like in a second here. I had heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter. Bound to secrecy? In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set. I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing, in detail. That's what the cross-examination is for. Ja, Herr Forehead? See, that's justice right there. And we're wearing the same outfit. Eh? Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. What are you gonna do, Apollo? I'm gonna find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. Boom, boom. Above the ceiling. Above the ceiling. Could you be more specific? I cannot. Because you're bound to secrecy. Yes. To tell the truth, I was not supposed to even say I was above the ceiling. I dare not say more. Doesn't sound like I'll be able to coax it out of her just by asking. There's a small window there before. By small window, you mean the air vent. I only remembered I needed to be careful of where I put my hands and feet. I cannot see the light coming through the window, of course. The air vent grate could trip you up, certainly. So I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshots. Startled, I crouched and listened. Oh, so you don't need to crouch to just walk through this massive air vent. That is when I heard his voice come from the room. Darian's voice. I knew something terrible had happened, yet it was in the middle of my performance. So without a word, you just let the third set start. After the curtain closed for the second set, there was still much to do. You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you'd only told us sooner. Yes, perhaps I could have. I see little point in badgering the witness. What's done is done. The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. Why, I've lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept on singing, completely unaware. Singing without a voice? If only all contradictions were so obvious. If only I could get Lamar to talk. Pressuring her like this doesn't seem to be getting me in. Yeah, I know. I need to present evidence or whatever. But I wanna hear the things! You heard the gunshots during the second set during your performance. You're quite sure? Yes. Why would I lie about the time? Why didn't you tell us this yesterday? No one asked me. It's just that easy. No one asked. I thought you all knew. Yeah. I told you Machi was not the killer. I told you this many times. Yes, you did. But you never told us why. I am sorry. I was not able to speak of it. Unable or unwilling? She's not talking, Apollo. What do? Have to prove it ourselves. As long as she's bound by this pact of silence, she won't talk. But if I can prove why she was up there, she'll have to admit it. But how are you gonna do that? She was singing on the stage, Apollo. She couldn't have been up above the ceiling, too. Yes, she could. I've got a theory as to why, too. And maybe I've got the evidence to prove it. Bound to secrecy. Exactly who bound you to secrecy? I'm not sure I'm allowed to say who it was. No, I think perhaps that is all right. It is just a name, after all. It was Valant Gramarye. Perhaps you know him. Valant Gramarye. What? You mean Uncle Valen? What? I told you I'm gonna swap. Valant Gramarye? Who's Valant Gramarye? A grand magician, the one responsible for the illusion performed during our concert. Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin. Lamoire was bound to secrecy. It's gonna take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. I think I know why she was up there. How do I prove it? Above the ceiling. Let's say, bound to secrecy. What the hell do I present? Maybe that's when she dropped her pen. Yeah, that's my badge. I can't present profiles, so I can't just be like, oh yeah, Valant Gramarye. Maybe I press again. I'm gonna try pressing again. Exactly who? Never mind. Ding ding! Well, I have an idea. I don't know if it's a good idea, but I have a full health bar. Take that?
Objection!
No. No, that ain't it. That ain't it. That ain't it, Chief. Okay, alright, well. Yeah. Okay. Why I was there, I cannot say. Maybe we press on this one again. I heard the gunshots during the second set. How am I going to do that? What about here? What about here?
Objection!
There we go. Lamoire, truth be told, the reason for your presence above the ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this videotape! Clavier burns and dies here. Transcription of Clavier burning his guitar. It's me every time. As we can see, Lamoire was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Ah! Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lamoire is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view. And during that time, she moved to the back of the forum. Apollo? What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer. I'm not supposed to be nice. Just come right out and say it then, huh? Tell us how you really feel, Capcom. Okay, this is all very fascinating. But how is it possible? There is only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. There are only 20 seconds. She couldn't have moved that fast. You know exactly how she moved that fast, don't you, baby? Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Aha! He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage, through the backstage, to the rear of the forum. Ah! Recall Lamoire's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. Most of that part wasn't quite true. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of the route above the ceiling. Lamoire knew of this because of her part in the illusion. But she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Machi told me something. I know if I opening vents, I can leave stage and backstage. He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, the sass on Apollo today. I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. Yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of magician's life, you know. Which is why he bound Lamoire to secrecy. Well, Lamoire? I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Machi was right about you. So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that. But I'm still a little confused. Why's that, Your Honor? As I said before. There was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds, tops! How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice. That's a good question. I think I just noticed something very relevant. Hey, can I just take a second and, I can just watch this whenever, by the by. Yeah. And then if we go here, and then here, and then over, and over. Yep. Hey, she doesn't have her brooch for this second part. Also, definitely wasn't an excuse to watch Javier trying to put on his guitar again. Hey, she lost her brooch from when she went from point A to point B. That's a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes? It's all up to you. Do your thing. What thing, Your Honor? You need to explain how Lamoire was able to teleport like she did. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. She is the brooch! Why do I get picked on? It's Lamoire who isn't going along with the program here. Yeah, but she's a blind woman. She is a blind woman who barely speaks this language. As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail. Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her. You said it, not me. Yes, if you would, please. Please do wring the truth out of me. Right. I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo. Hey, thanks. Witness testimony. The big illusion. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice. 2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens. I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. As does my curiosity. I mean, it's been a few months at this point. We've had some time skips in between cases. It's been a couple of months. Yeah, because I think we started in April. I think the first case was in April. The second case was definitely in June, because it was on my birthday. And this case is in July. So it's been a few months. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lamoire is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I am a magician after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. Okay. How did you proceed along this route? How? Why, I walked. But you arrived behind the forum much too fast to have been walking. Tell the truth, Lamoir. You rode some kind of vehicle. What? A vehicle? What vehicle? What a novel idea. I like it. Hey, that's not a bad guess. Wrong, but not bad. Yes, laugh at the dumb attorney. I don't mind. I'm sorry, but the girl is right. That vent was much too small for vehicles. It was a tight fit. Even I had to crouch as I walked. I cannot imagine a vehicle that would fit in such a small space. If it wasn't a vehicle, what was it? You had me going for a while there, Mr. Justice. Too bad. Ready for the next part? Why do I feel like I'm on some kind of quiz show? Emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. Who was the stagehand? Did everyone on the concert staff know about the trick? Did they get up and stretch when instructed? Why are you like this? Be right back text. Why are you like this? You're supposed to go away. Thank you. Did everyone on the concert staff know about the trick? Not at all. Only a few that were needed to help. See, like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis. So not many people knew about the trick. What were these stagehands required to do? One needed to open the emergency exit. The door to the stairs is locked, but once through there... From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. Something about that wording is throwing me off. So when you came back out, you were behind the audience. Yes, that is how it worked. Not a bad show, if I do say so myself. That's Uncle Valant for you, the old grammary touch. But on the video, you were only gone for 20 seconds. How is that possible? That's the part I don't get either. Yes, it would be hard to go so far in only 20 seconds. I just need to move there in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running. Running? In that cramped dark tunnel above the ceiling? Haha, Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. That's true, but... So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. Lamar disappears on the video for 20 seconds. She says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in that video. Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us. Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony. Evidence explaining the discrepancy. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come back to this. I want to press on the other thing. What kind of evidence could prove that? What's your professional opinion about this one, Trucy? Sorry, I don't work in evidence. And I don't work in tricks. I'm an attorney, not a magician, for crying out loud. Really? I'm sure Daddy would have loved working on this. Thanks, that makes me feel oh so much better. Well, I don't know about all of you, but I find this mystery fascinating. And I'm not letting this trial go any further until we get to the bottom of it. The defense will continue with the cross-examination until we have some answers. Easier said than done. On my way when I heard the voice.
Hold it!
And it was Darian's voice you heard. Yes, I am certain it was him.
Objection!
A matter best left for later, yeah? Put that forehead of yours to work on this illusion first.
Objection!
Hold on, I think the identity of the killer is a little more important, don't you? Important schmortens. Objection overruled. Tell us about the illusion. No use trying to avoid the problem at hand, Apollo. Trying to avoid the problem? This is a murder trial. The killer is the problem. Contradiction between Lenoir's testimony and the video. Unraveling an illusion can't be so different on our case, right? Sorry, Apollo. I'm not telling. Not even if you make those puppy dog faces. Fine, fine. Okay. Clear in 2 minutes.
Hold it!
No. Alright, let me watch the video again, real quick. We... I mean, there's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between video and testimony. Ah, shite. I thought it would be the video. Maybe it is the video. Gingivitis. I mean, is the video? Take that.
Take that!
Aha! So this is I feel like this is not correct. Dark secret? Tell us how it works. Quickly, I can't bear the suspense. I was kind of hoping someone else would jump in at this point. Well, you see...
Objection!
Oh boy. I do hate to spoil the mood, but I haven't the faintest idea. Okay, well... Maybe it's the brooch. By which I conclude that I was wrong. Better luck next time, Pollywog. Mr. Justice, I'm holding you responsible for spoiling my mood. Oh. Okay. I think it was the brooch. I think it's the brooch. Okay. Take that.
Take that!
Lamoire! Did you happen to remember this brooch? Aha! The brooch! We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now. Why? I thought we had already determined when that was dropped. Boo. Boo! So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Here, you can see she's wearing the brooch. So she is. Let's look a bit later. What? The brooch! It's gone! What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. And it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can be only one explanation. The Lamoire we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lamoire we see after are two different people. What? The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lamoire, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Order! Prosecutor Gavin! From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Herr Judge. I, of course, knew about it. Yeah, you sure acted real surprised a minute ago for knowing about it. What? Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So, I was right. There was a switch. There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, Lamoire was replaced. While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement Lamoire? Why, the man behind the illusion, Valant Gramarye. It was Gramarye? That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Yes? The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage. That's right. But this fake Lamoire is still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true. Come on, Apollo. That's an easy one. They were just playing a recording. The Gaviniers aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? When we play a show live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lamoire. Very well. Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony. I had to keep singing even while I moved. You were singing? Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage? Why should it matter where I sing when everywhere I go is the same darkness? I feel like the sound quality would be different. Like, would it be echoing because you're in a vent? But if you were singing while you were walking... That's right! Wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads, after all. That is right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state? Ah! I know what he means! That old speaker, Apollo! The speaker? That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. Oh, that's for monitoring... Yes, that's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Satisfied. That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lamoire singing in the ceiling sounded just like Lamoire singing over the speaker. Ingenious! Her voice was hidden by her voice. Ah, Lemoire, I have just remembered something. Do tell. When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes, it startled me, so I stopped singing. What? I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped? Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice. Forehead, that mixing board I lent you. Where is it? It's in my back pocket. The mixing, huh? That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this. I'd completely forgotten about it. Let's take a listen. But you're not... The guitar is making noise in the track, but you're standing perfectly still and not playing. Wait, no, that's the bassist. Never mind. The song does stop there. It does? I must have missed it. Look at the lyrics sheet at the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. I picked the perfect time to clear my throat. This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lemoire's ballad. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means that Darian Crescend could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Fascinating. Huh? I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? Herr Forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it is entirely based upon Lemoire's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with that? Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant?
Objection!
But you have no proof. Neither do we. All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear. Until we hear directly from the man himself. The man you don't mean. Yes. Though he is a friend and band member, Darian Crescend must take the stand. I see no other way. As someone with a new perspective on the case, as a suspect, to be frank. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole. And I'm ready to catch him. Darian Crescend, get ready for justice. This is as good a time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well, court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. Whee! To be continued. This actually lines up quite well. I need to refill my water. Oh boy, recess. Yippee! Excellent. I need to refill my water. This is perfect. Would you like the void? Or should I try and get to... Well, but is there... Yeah, there's music in the defendant lobby. Should I try to... Would you like the void? Do you mind the void? I'm just gonna... Hang on. July 10th, 1:40 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. There you go. There you go. Okie dokie. I'm gonna refill my water, and I might also grab a snack. Or, I might just have my dinner. I haven't eaten dinner yet, you see. I might eat my dinner. Yeah. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, alright. Yeah, alright, sure. I shall. Everyone, we're taking a bio break. Yes, a bio break. Everyone go do things. Bio things. Biological. Or, I don't... do what you want. I'm not your fucking parent. I return. I return with some grilled chicken thighs and half a baked potato. I will be consuming those now. As a topic of conversation for you all, while I do that. There we go. What is your favorite form of potato? Discuss amongst yourselves. I have had poutine exactly once, and it was at Disney World. And it was very good there, so I imagine proper poutine would be even better. Yes, all of your answers are very good. I'm not too much a fan of twice baked potatoes, cause don't you mix you bake the potato and then you scoop out the innards and mix it with sour cream and some other stuff and then put it back in the potato and bake it again, thus the twice baked nature of the potato. I don't really like sour cream, so that's kind of a no-go for me. My controller is on the floor. Okay. We're tapped back into the game. We're Gucci. To review, July 10th, 1:40 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby Number 2. Apollo, I can't believe it! It really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of Lamar's performance? The reason why she was in that air vent, and that switch and the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. Hi, Phoenix. It's Dad. Ah, Daddy! Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Not really, thanks. Huh? I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance than say, hiya. Why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Ah, sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Lettuce, only shorter and not as well dressed. Get him. Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy? Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Thanks, I guess. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Machi Tobai off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darian Crescend. It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely, that our diva divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch? A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So what do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Oh good, is it more forged evidence? Detective Sky? Emma? Oh, that detective. Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Ah, here it is. What are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder? Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. The other igniter! Ah. Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Well, finally, some evidence that makes sense. It sure is convenient, though, that we have it now, isn't it? Burned fragments added to the court record. That's all from me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Does he? Excuse me? Find Darian Crescend's igniter and set it off. And he walked out the door, just like a magician, normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods. What does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. July 10th, 1:55 p.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 3. Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where is Detective Crescend? In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darian was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs, Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. Fire, you say? That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter in hand. Correct? Oh, I know. Hair forehead. Very well, call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darian Crescend. Ba-da-da-da. Name and occupation, please. Darian Crescend, Detective, Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know. And I'm the guitarist for the Gavineers. Maybe you've heard of us. Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here. The situation's changed, Darian. And don't call me partner. Ooh! So much for old friends. I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial. Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamoire's testimony, if in fact you have anything to say about it. Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Virginia. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Ha! I'm from here. Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here goes nothing. Witness testimony. Darian's rebuttal. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if. Didn't Detective Emma Skye hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. So you claim Lamoire's testimony was a lie? Hey, don't get me wrong, I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. You go too far, Darian. Woo! Look, all I'm saying is you've got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Skye? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. You didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. Can't do this with Lamoire's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. Oh boy. Dum 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 ba-da-da.
Hold it!
You don't have any proof she was lying. Oh yeah, kid? You saying I lied? No, I'm just saying, Apollo, glare back at him! I couldn't help it. I flinched by reflex. Detective Crescent! Yeah, what do you want? Nothing. Apollo! Chin up! Back straight! You're wilting! This guy's hard as nails. He makes Waki look downright cooperative. Look, there's no way the diva remembers my voice. Never heard my voice. How do you know? You never talked to her, even though you were playing in the same concert. Not a word as far as I can recall. But weren't there planning sessions or something? Gavin took care of all that himself. Darian wasn't involved in any of the meetings with her. Ugh. As if you can just go around remembering everyone's voice like that anyway. I mean, when it's basically all you have to identify a person, yeah, you kinda have to. Only an idiot would believe that. Lamar's hearing is very sensitive. She could remember him if she heard him, I'm sure of it. I just can't prove it. And I need proof! She forgot the words as is. We know she missed the words. The mixing board proved it. Oh yeah? There was a mistake. Oh yeah, there was a mistake. But blaming it on gunshots is just a lame excuse. What do you mean? The mixing board proves what? It proves there was a mistake in the song. A missed cue. So, she just flubbed it up. Big time, that's all. She spins the story about a gunshot to protect the kid and cover for her own goof. Man, I'd have to hand it to her if she wasn't sticking it to me at the same time. Darian, watch what you say. Lamoire is an artist. She just flubbed it up. That's no small accusation for a performer of her caliber. She got to you all right. I can see it in your eyes. I tell you, most of her stuff is so pretentious it's way over my head. I'm detecting a rift in the Gaviniers' ranks. Anyway, she's too close to the defendant. Her testimony can't be trusted. You ask me, I'd go with Detective Sky's story at the drop of a pick. Actually, I was there too. So I hear. Which means you heard them too, right? The gunshots. Yes. We heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. I guess you and Lamoire got the same excuse then. We know one thing for certain here. There were gunshot-like sounds that emanated from that room during the third set. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots. Machi heard them too. Remember, he said he ran for the air duct when he heard them. So how do we figure out just what those gunshots during the third set were? Shooting took place when I was on stage, man. That could have been what the shooter wanted us to think. I'll tell you what the shooter, that kid, wants you to think. He wants you to think the diva heard me in that room. I'm back to relying on Lamoire's testimony. As much as I'm enjoying the Darian and Forehead show, there is no need for such tempers. Don't make us into some comedy duo! This mean the Gavin and Darian show's cancelled? Neither of your claims can be proven, or disproved. We could argue for days like this and get nowhere. Prosecutor Gavin is quite right. This court will hear no further discussion on this topic without new facts. New facts, huh? Pretty eager to paint Lamoire as a liar, isn't he? Yeah, because her testimony is basically our entire case. This is tough. What do we do? I know exactly what to do. I just wanted to hear the last thing. Didn't have to necessity. Take that. Objection. Oops. Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this small device. That's the remote-triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope. Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. Oh good, you know about them too. That means they're real. Good. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. Okay, good. Good. Excellent. It's real. We're good. How did Gavin know about this? What, you think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial. Just in case. Oh, he knows. Oh, he knows. He knows. Oh, this is my favorite part. This is my favorite part. When the prosecution knows who it is and that our client is innocent and they're just waiting for us to prove it. This is good. This is good. Because it's like, yeah, and then what happened? And then what happened? Like, oh, it's good. It's a good back and forth. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. Yeah, but that's the thing. That's the thing, is that he has faith. He knows. He has faith in us. He believes that we can do it. He knows that we're smart. Well, he knows that we're at least capable of doing this much, and that we won't let that happen. Yeah. It's good. It's excellent. It's... God, it's... Fuck, God damn it. This is what I got its enemies to lovers. I eat this shit up. Could have been rigged to go off by remote control. Haha. You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off, right when two witnesses came walking by. Ha! That's right. Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then? If a firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one there to hear, you get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man? How do I explain this? He may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. You're damn right he doesn't look it. Show any weakness, and he's sure to find it. May not look it, partner. Gee, thanks, man. You are wearing a shark onesie. You're wearing a shark onesie, and your hair flops when you move. That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself, and I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd? A headset, the kind all of the band and staff members were wearing. Yeah, the one on the floor that I saw several times. That's right! We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped, but placed? And what if it was turned on? It was! We saw it! You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in a court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Hair Forehead. I have a question for you. Yeah? Huh? For me? The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix, and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake, we can't say. You've raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half? Look, I'll just tell him. Huh? He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin? Indeed, if you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove the crime took place during the second set? Yeah, I think. You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. It can be proven! You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you. Maybe. Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony, if you would. This isn't gonna be easy. I need some decisive proof, and fast. You ready, kid? 'Cause I am. Shooting took place during the second set. If you're so sure, let's see your proof. Good question. Hey, they got up in stretch time. Yeah, sure. Well, but we were just up for food and stuff. I'm gonna ignore that one. It's fine. Prove it took place during the second set. Son of a bitch.
Objection!
It seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lamoire's song. Her song. What exactly is this device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps? Come on, we just used this, and don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. Part? You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately. Lamoire's voice included. Ho-ho! But what does this prove? According to Lamoire's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? Oh, I already have. We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Ha! Ridiculous. Oh, Mr. Floppy Hair is sweating, huh? How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Darian? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh. We were all deeply involved in our performance. But Lamoire's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same. Then let's get to analyzing that recording. Right now! Lamoire stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot. Find the gunshots. I already have. Boo, 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 boo. I mean, it's right there. Here?
Take that!
Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lamoire's vocals. I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why, it sounded like a gunshot. What? This has to be some kind of mistake. Oh, what? Oh, no. Oh, God, I hate this. I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lamoire's testimony was true. Ugh. Okay, so it's not a onesie, it's just a jacket. My point remains. Order! So she was telling the truth about what she heard. It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch. Now. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire. Detective Crescend, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it. But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon? Lenoir was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then, as she passed over the dressing room, bang! The gun fired again, and Mr. Latouse's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescend? Once again, I'm reminded of something. Our performance that day. Your performance? Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Herr Forehead. What is it with today? Problem after problem. Achtung! My motorcycle won't start, my guitar case is busted, my guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead! And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar. It was you, Darian. I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well, You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder weapon. Mr. Latouse's .45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait. You mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? Ha! You're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescend? I'm a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training. Plenty of it. I'm no amateur. The standard sidearm issued to police officers is a .38 caliber weapon. A much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Latouse. Which suggests there was a struggle between killer and victim. So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yes. Oh, I love this shit. Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescend! What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves Rolled Up Ready for Action has to say. Hey, that's me. Hey, you, attorney. Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on a tape that could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue missed due to a .45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin. I really do. You can line up your little weak piece of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. And that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescend. No. See, this court system does not accept reasonable doubt. No, it has to be decisive. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it. Please, dig your grave even further, good sir. It's not deep enough yet. It's only like 4.5 feet. We need 6. Proof of innocence. Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Latouse had not been to our country before? According to our records, yes, not even once. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Great, now I need to find a motive. Okay.
Hold it!
I don't know, why would you? Her manager, sure, but Mr. Latouse was... Oh, right, sorry, an Interpol agent, wasn't he? I just have trouble picturing that big lunk as an undercover cop, you dig? And not a very good one, seeing as how he got wasted. My dude, you're just being rude. That's cold, dog. Yeah, that's cool. That's ice cool. Dog. D-A-W-G, dog. That's cool. Not that it matters either way. See, I had no reason to kill the man, whatever he was. No reason or no motive. But that's the same for Machi. No motive was proven for him. Come on, he traveled around the world with that old fart. He had plenty of time to come up with a motive of his own. Ugh. More than I sure did. I mean, think about it. Darian, you're a detective with international affairs? Yeah, what of it? Even if this was Mr. Latus's first trip to this country, you still could have met him prior to the concert. Huh? Or don't you take any international trips in international affairs? That's right. Well, Detective Crescend? That's your game, is it? Guess I'd better confess then. Confess? Please do. Yeah, it's a bit of an embarrassment, but I've never been sent overseas. What? But you're an international... See, me and Plain's got a difference of opinion. We don't like each other much. You're afraid of heights. My condolences, Half-Forehead, but he's telling the truth. He's never set foot outside this country. I can guarantee it. As it turns out, my division has plenty of work to do locally as well. Then... Alright, fine. That's so unfair.
Hold it!
So you didn't fraternize with him at all during the concert? Fraternize? Huh, I don't think we exchanged a single word. As if anyone would want to talk to that old Eastern blockhead. Okay, well, Now the ladies, that's a different matter altogether. So you see, I had no motive. Yeah, he's not great.
Hold it!
You sure about that? What? What? Wipe that look off your face before I do it for you. Alright, now you're just threatening me. Listen, you try throwing out one of your wild accusations. I'll throw it back at you so hard you'll forget who you're accusing of what. Half-Forehead, perhaps it's best if you let your evidence do the talking, yeah? Man, what evidence? That's what I want to know. So he's using this motive question as ammunition, huh? Well, I've got ammunition too. Evidence. Probably. Let me see. My badge. You wanted the egg? Egg. I present Easter egg. Wait a minute. Oh my gosh, today is Easter, isn't it? Easter egg!
Objection!
Go! Yeah! The power of Easter! Your Honor, take a look at this. What's that? Looks like candy. Don't eat it. It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescend, ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. Yeah, that's what the judge just said. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Ooh! Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon? Never seen one that color. It is a variety only found in the Republic of Virginia. Nowhere else. Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with a motive for killing Mr. Latus. Does it? It does. Wait, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon. Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of? Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative. A curative? For what? Apparently, it is most efficacious at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Virginia. Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world? Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet, if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact. What? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite the commotion in the global community, though the media was kept largely unaware. That kind of is every medication, huh? Intriguing. All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export, one rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others. Interpol? Right. The victim, Romain Latouche, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescend, you insist on referring to him as a manager, but that is misleading. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? That what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was gonna sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why? Perhaps it's time for another testimony about this smuggling of cocoons business. Boom, boom. Cocoon smuggling. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Oh, thanks for telling us that you already knew about it. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in International Affairs. I know the deal. Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover. You kids think up the craziest things. But no way am I gonna risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted. According to reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky. Very well. You may begin the cross-examination. This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something, and I'm gonna find out what. Bum bum. Cocoon smuggling.
Hold it!
That memo. That's how you knew about the cocoons. Oh, nice one, nice one. I'm running scared now. You had to know about the cocoons to plan this. Just how well known are these cocoons? I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I'd never heard of them. Well, Lemoire knew about them, though not their use. My reports indicate that there are ongoing efforts to control information about the cocoons. Most people only know they're illegal to export, that's all. Then, I've nothing to be embarrassed about after all. Not in this particular regard, no. You could say people like me who know about them are a minority, yeah. But that includes everyone in international affairs, man. And everyone in Interpol, too, for that matter. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Interpol's all bothered about him. So there are other Interpol agents like Mr. Latouche, Apollo. All over the world, likely. Deep undercover, most of them. That's why these cocoons are too hot for the black market. You don't want Interpol sniffing through your wares. Most came to the conclusion that it was too risky. Can't sell on the black market. Dangerous? Yeah, Interpol finds you, they arrest you on the spot. Or another marketeer might think you're part of a sting and take you out himself. Times have changed.
Hold it!
But wouldn't scarcity drive up prices? Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. They'd turn your forehead into Swiss cheese before you could say objection. Rude. Maybe we could get them to cut his hair, too. Hey! My hair's fine. You're the one with long hair. Who's on trial here again? Man, you so obviously know nothing about the market. Well, yeah, duh. I'm a fine, upstanding citizen who doesn't work in criminal affairs. And that's a bad thing? Don't even try to mess with me about this stuff.
Hold it!
Which is why you'd know how to find a loophole in the system. Hey, you can say what you want about me, but back off international affairs. There ain't no loopholes, okay? What do you think we are, Boy Scouts? That wasn't what I was trying to... Down, Darian. It's as you say. There are no loopholes, at least in the case of these cocoons. International affairs, Interpol, and Bojinian customs are all watching. See, we know what we're doing. Not like some yipping little doggies that lap up every word that diva says. Why I oughta. Really gave him a why I oughta. Oughta what? You want some of this? Don't threaten me. Chill, both of you. Let's do this cool, yeah? Screw cool. I want this guy's head on a stick. The replica has to be the key to his motive. There's gotta be a way to find out what he was up to. I think I know what to present, but I don't know what to present it on. Maybe this one. Objection?
Objection!
Objection! Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article, that's about the Chief Justices. A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease. A cure for incuritis. Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere. You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning. Ah! Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying. Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice. You are saying. The Chief Justice would never deal in contraband. Not even to save his own son's life. But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal. That's Detective Crescen's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice. Detective Crescend, is this true? First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler. How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway? Distasteful as it is to think about, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller. Don't let sleeves over there trick you. Why? First my forehead, now my sleeves? So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Well... Oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Brazilian Customs barely sleeps, they're so worried about cocoons getting out. So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination. Customs very thorough. Everything and everyone gets checked.
Hold it!
Interesting. Just how... Just how strict is this customs check? Way strict. They keep planes on the ground for hours. I do recall it being a bit extreme. They were even confiscating gumdrops and marshmallows. Yes, it would be hard to distinguish them. That's right, Gavin was in Virginia, wasn't he? I remember setting off the metal detectors several times. I had to practically strip naked to walk through. Here's a travel tip for you, Gavin. Leave the bling at home, you glimmerous fop! Glimmerous! In possession of condition on the spot and sentenced to death. No.
Hold it!
That's pretty extreme. Virginia has this rep as an idyllic, laid-back place. Truth is, they're beyond hardcore with security. The Republic of Virginia is a peaceful, pleasant country. So this level of security shows us how truly concerned they are about these cocoons. That's the situation. I'd sure like to know. Would you now? You're in a position to know quite a bit about smuggling. Yeah, I need to know a bit for work, sure. But all we get are reports on the failed smuggling ops. Not exactly something you want to go copying. But if you want, I can tell you a few of them. Maybe you'll succeed and get rich. I would be interested in hearing. Purely from a legal perspective, of course. I weep for our judicial system. Yes. I know what to do. Oh, I know exactly how it got out of the country. Objection!
Objection!
Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country. No checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. A prosecutor? Ah! I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lamoire. How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Virginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruin the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lamoire's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Virginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Oh, until someone opened it? Huh? Are you saying that guitar was... With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work? Good memory, Hairfallhead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front. It's called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this in fact. An igniter. Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean... He means this, of course. Ah! There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. Ooh, get his ass. Ugh. And who better to do that than someone with access, like a member of the band. and a cop. Yo! Order. So the igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. A precaution? Ah, Herr Forehead. At last, it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Character review. Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lamoire's ballad, if you please. First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see. But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Latouche. Ah! Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated then, the gig would be up. Jig would be up. Yeah. Well, they only put the igniter in there the once. The other igniter was under the couch. But yes, absolutely. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch. Now! The guitar burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. And then Mr. Latouche died. No, the one that's... Okay, we don't have it here, but the one that was removed from the guitar was used. Like, they found it in the guitar after it caught fire and it was being examined. They found the igniter. Yeah. Mr. Latouche died, with Lamoire there to witness it. There's your case. Brilliant, man. Detective Crescend. I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly? For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Darian. The Republic of Virginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Ha! Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help. A Virginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lamoire heard proves it. It's over. Press the switch now. You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? This is it. The coup de grace. And for once, I know what I'm doing. My God, there's only one person who could have helped him. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then. But be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice? Valent Gramarye! Where's Machi? There is only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice, and that person is the defendant, Machi Tobai. But Mr. Justice, he's your client. He's my client for murder. A defense attorney accusing his client, that's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche. And I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Borginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lamoire? It couldn't have been. Well, you seem sure of yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals? Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lamoire was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent. Ding, ding, ding. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lamoire still could have done the deed. No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Whee! Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lamoire stand-in were in the air. They were on a tower which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, boop, the remote couldn't have worked from Lamoire's position in the air vent. Ah! Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that? Your Honor. Yes, Detective? Could we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time. Well, I don't see why not. What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Yeah, there's the spark. Is that what you're trying to get at? Too bad, so sad, punk. Punk? First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo. What exactly were we supposed to see in this video? The problem isn't in what we see, correct, Darian? Right, it's what we hear. We are musicians after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the wee pianist to set off that igniter. That right? Yeah? Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press a switch. Am I right? Okay. We'll take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano? Uh-huh, yeah. What seems to be the problem there? Hang on, give me a second. Please tell me. The piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem, man. You still don't get it. Ah. Yeah, how's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? He's very talented. You got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the diva. Lamoire. But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. The piano plays non-stop. He couldn't have pressed that switch. Says who? Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes. Fuck off. Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... strange? What's strange? No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. Odd? Mr. Justice, if Machi Jobai didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story's full of holes. Yeah, like, he could have pressed it with his foot. He could have fucking put it up against the piano and pressed it like that. He could be playing with one hand. He's very talented, you know. He could be playing with one hand. You don't know. I don't know. Who could know these things? Also with his face. Yes, exactly. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Bonk. Exactly. Was the defendant Machi Tobai the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you've said here. Give it some thought. Apollo, if Machi's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch. Well, you better find a way to prove it. Hey, Machi, did you press the switch? Yes, I did. Well, there we go. What do I do? What do I do? There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd. Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now? Flashback to 5 seconds ago. Strange. Switch press residue. What's strange? No, it's just something's odd about the performance there. It's not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this. Can you prove Machi Tobai pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Machi Tobai pressed that switch? No! I can't prove it! But I can prove it was possible. Wait, what? Then as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. I was doing a goof. That's why I saved, because I wanted to fail. Wait a minute. Forehead, you're sure about this? No, I was doing a goof. Wait a minute. What do you mean? Ha, accepted. There's no evidence, man. Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claim that the defendant pressed the switch? Oh, fuck me. I was doing a goof! I mean, it has to be this, right?
Take that!
The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor. Pass. Ugh. Music? What about music? Let's listen to the piano part, around the time when the switch was to be pressed. Right before the guitar burst into flame. Click. I hear a piano being played. But, doesn't it sound kind of simple? Simple? Ah, I think I know what he's suggesting. See? Playing with one hand! You think Machi could have played that part with one hand? One hand? He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other. Ha! What's, you're some kind of piano savant? Actually, no. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. You don't know that either. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah? You got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he... Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands. So sorry. So sad for you. No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you gonna prove whether he played with one hand or 2? You can't. I admit it will be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No way! Well, it seems we've come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand, right before the guitar burst into flame. Well, she's definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. One section of the song proves it. Oh boy. Proof he played one-handed. Wait, that's the wrong track. Hang on. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that's true. Sorry, I was lost in the sauce. I'm listening very closely. Ah,
Take that!
yeah, no, I don't either. In the first half of the second verse. Find a place to compare to that. Oh! One more chance. Oh, okay. I wasn't reading that part because I assumed that I had gotten it wrong. And I did, but I didn't get a penalty for it. That's nice. Get rid of you and turn you way down. I mean, if by that logic, this is the first half of the second verse, so then do I just... I'll be honest, I don't hear it. Okay, fine. Fine. God fucking... Alright, well, I've narrowed it down. Or have I? I don't know, man. Okay. They're gonna have to point it out to me. I didn't hear it. Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've just what it was that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you've realized it yourself, Hair Forehead. Yep, I definitely didn't use the process of elimination. Realized what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the parting question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the but a fleeting melody. Was it that low note there? Man, how many times do I have to listen to the same thing? You're right. Enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section. The guitar bursts into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to the "Oh, that night in your embrace." It's got that little do 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 do. Yeah, fine, sure. Ah! Play verse 2 again. There, did you hear that? They feel the same, true. But they're clearly very different. What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use 2 hands to play that for sure. Ah! What's that prove? I would think you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the 2 verses had different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background. Oh, that was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now ask yourselves why Machi changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. Order. I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. Though personally, this comes as a terrible disappointment. What, no comeback? I still can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up. Thank you. I try my best. Very well. Barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. It's not over? I don't like it when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. In you, Hair Forehead. Oh, but me? I thought we had something. Yes, don't get me wrong. Your case is solid. The facts all check out. But even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, but the facts! Anyone can see it was him! Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But... 1,000 facts might point toward the same conclusion. But without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system, which sucks. I don't believe it. It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. Oh, I think if he did, we would have already seen it a long ways back. It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. What? I love that face he does. The truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Asking the real questions. Apollo, remember what Daddy said? It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it'll be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darian Krishen's igniter and set it off. We're gonna piss him off. I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just meant a weak spot, no? Like getting up and stretching. Hi, detective, how are you? Imagine interacting with other humans in a physical human space. Couldn't be me. I think you just meant a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. I won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal. So can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands. But I got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney. Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes. Good guitars are kept dry, is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Fightin' time, Justice. If you blow this one, it'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo. What, and this igniter's supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry. Oh, you are? I can do some poetry. You are. And I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Okay. Herr Forehead, you are accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Latouche and the smuggling of Borginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. This trial has already run on for far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, okay. Okay, this is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian Crescent's plan is... present evidence. The defense is prepared to show the court evidence. Ha! Be my guest. Be all of our guests, Mr. Justice. Put your evidence to the test. Oh, it's only 1 pip, damn it. I was hoping that it would it would be one of those really mean ones that immediately ends the trial so I could present my badge and do a goof. My badge! This is your igniter. So exactly how am I supposed to react to that? Fear and admiration. Look at my badge. He's not flustered at all. I picked a dud. I'm afraid your poetic tale ended up to be mere fantasy. Reality bites, Mr. Justice. Penalty! Ow, 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 ow. I suppose we'll let you try once more. Show us the basis for your accusations. Yeah. Alright, let me see here. I don't know who we could call. Volant Grammary! I mean, we could say Machi. We could just call our own defendant of the sand. Key that will take apart his plan. Ghostbusters? Maybe. Decisive evidence. Decisive evidence. Decisive evidence. It's you! Yeah. Igniter. Accusing. Plan has an igniter and it too was there from the very beginning. I don't think it's to call a witness. Narrow it down that far. Is the key the hog? I mean, we've come this far. Take that?
Take that!
No. Okay, noted. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Who would we call? Who would we call? Call the victim! No. Turns out he isn't blind and can understand English. I mean, are they being incredibly obvious and telling me to choose the igniter? I feel like that I feel like I'm just trying things now. I'm just throwing things and seeing what will stick. I don't know, man. Are they being incredibly literal and telling me to choose the igniter?
Take that!
Take that? I mean, it is quite literally an igniter. Okay, fine. Fine. Alright, so that wasn't it. I didn't think so, but you know what? It never hurts to try. Except it did hurt to try. It hurt very much to try. Yeah. Okay. Ignite the flames of passion. Give him a smooch. Okay. So what exactly are we trying to prove? Or are we just trying to set him off so that he implicates himself? Temporarily ignoring that second point, what are we trying to prove, if anything? I don't know. Because we've proven... Think stupid. Apollo never got that advice. He doesn't know. He doesn't know to think stupid. We've proven, kind of, means, motive, and opportunity. We've proven quite a lot of things. But we need the nail in the coffin. What would that nail be? Something that he perhaps didn't count on. Whole plan. Yeah, I'll think stupid for a second. Okay, alright. Either too stupid or not stupid enough. Flustered, huh? Piece of evidence, so what is? It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness. Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Do I? Okay, this seems a bit more promising, at least. Valant Grammary! He's not even in town. He left. Prove your own guilt. We could just ask Machi. You know, this is kind of stupid thinking. I'd say this is pretty dumb, yeah. Even dumber would be to present Lamoire. Just ask, yeah. Just implicate yourself in a different crime. Yeah. Like, hey, were you, Take that?
Take that!
The one person who can prove Darien Crescen's guilt is the defendant, Machi Tobai. Your client? Again? Machi Tobai was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darien Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. How so? It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would, no doubt, also find inside the burnt-out guitar. Aha! Very scientific of you. Thus, if Machi Tobai acknowledges his agreement with Darien Crescent, concerning the attempted smuggling of a Borginian cocoon. The case is solved. Darian's laughing again. Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything, especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Borginian law. Ah! Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. Huh? How? Look, if Machi admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. Ah, is that how it works? We wouldn't fucking extradite? Is that the word? We wouldn't have the... Okay, we wouldn't try him in Borgin... Because... Whatever. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Borginia. And they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Borginian cocoon. Yeah, no, his boots are wild. Yeah, but... Yeah. But if Machi doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Borginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not gonna find him guilty of murder here. Not now. We would have! If I fucked up one more time, we would have. Are you kidding me? Anyway. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's gonna think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Machi Tobai. The cocoon smuggling, your entire plan. Machi Tobai knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling! Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace. A hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Or no, a house made out of pianos? Come on. Please! Don't talk! Oh, buddy, your hair. Darian, I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession. Uh-oh, he's laughing again. I think he's in shock. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Well, have you been listening to today's trial? You at home, have you been listening? Who do you think is the criminal? Point at your screen! Oh, sorry. Yes. And you'll talk. You'll tell this court everything. I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew. From beginning, I knew. Machi. Situation. I cannot explain. But money. I needed. Very much money. Exactly like my Japanese animes. Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule. However, it has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Should another case of this sort surface, we'll cut a bloody path. We may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Machi Tobai, oh my god, he finally said his name! Yes. I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. Oh, fuck! I thank you. Oh, he's cute. Oh, he's cute. He looks kind of weird. I'm not used to the lack of sunglasses, but he's cute. He's adorable. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth. That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Machi Tobai, not guilty. Woo! Yeah! Yeah, woo! Delightful. Yay! Court is adjourned. Bring in the dancing lobsters. I forgot to mention! Oh my god, I forgot to mention. Wait. Shit, I don't actually have... Shit, hang on, wait. Shit. Hang on, wait. It's really important, I swear. I swear it, it's so important. But, hang on, no, but where is it? Shit! Do I not actually? I could have sworn I fucking, Hang on, this is really important. I need to check something right now. Oh, I see. Hang on. Why does 7TV have to be so confusing? There. I think. Did that do it? Why, yes, it did. I wonder. This is a test. Nope, hang on. Maybe I need to refresh chat. No, this is so important, I swear. Do I... This is really, really, really important, I swear. How do I reset this thing? How do I reset any of this shit? I just don't know. I just don't know. Okay, I can refresh this one. Welcome back, Mittens. We are lobstering. I'm trying to... I swear, this is so important. Wait, yes? Ha-ha! There it is! It's not gonna there it is! Yeah! Yes! I've done it! Ugh. At long last. Did it? Hang on. Does it? Good. Excellent. It doesn't show up on my thing here. But it does show up on screen, and that's the important part. I successfully added a Dancing Lobsters emote. I looked on BTTV and FFZ and couldn't find anything, but 7TV came through for me. And for those who don't have 7TV, we have some Dancing Lobsters at home. I show you the Dancing Lobsters at home. Crab Rave. Crab Rave? Crab, please. Dancing Lobsters at home. Okay. Good. I was confused because I was like, I know that I added... Yeah, that's why it's the Lobsters at home, because it's not a lobster. I was like, I knew that I fucking went through 7TV and added a bunch of emotes, but what you do is you add them to a collection, and then you activate that collection on your channel. Fine. It doesn't matter, we have it now. July 10th, 4:42 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. I wonder what'll happen to Machi. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Is that Phoenix? Yeah, hi, Dad. Daddy! I owe you both my thanks. Lamoire? My, is something wrong? I'm sorry. Machi was your partner on stage. Your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do. Yet, something got a hold of him. Something evil. I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? The cowardly dog? I am considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny. I have always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lamoire lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident! Yes, it took a small accident. It was an accident that made it happen. And that was how I discovered its secret. That elusive ingredient, that spark that is the breath of life. As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared. You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting. Painting? That's right! She's the landscape painter in sound, after all. I will paint the two of you, I promise. Woohoo! I can't wait, Lamoire. I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I needed to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. Apollo, Trucy, I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet, me too. And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to the end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. Oh, he was dazzling, was he? He's still dazzling, even more dazzling perhaps. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have them catch the killer at the end. 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 Yay! Achievement. Fiend. Now here's the question. Do we start the next trial? I wanna. If I were smart, I would stop now at this nice clean ending point and save some vocal strain. I too yearn. Episode 4. Turnabout Succession. I hit the mute button instead of the hide face button, and that is the whole truth of this case. What the hell? We're back in System Shock. In order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. Nothing happens by chance. All is connected. Oh. And now, you stand ready to begin the final chapter of this story. I am, actually. Oh. Oh no, the bitrate! No! Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. Oh shit, it's our boss! Former boss. Gavin, who is rude, insulting, condescending, and launches faulty prosecutions on the defense so he can do the real prosecution work. He's so dreamy. Yeah, he is. I love a villain. I really do. Too much, really. October 7th, 10:37 a.m., Write Anything Agency. Oh, we just missed my sister's birthday. Hey, Apollo, look on TV. Look, look. Yeah, I'm kinda busy. Whoa, look at that. He's the last Grammary, all right. Amazing. Apollo, you should be watching this. Ow, 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 ow. What? I was writing about our last case in my journal. Lawyers are supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why now? That case was 3 months ago. Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know. I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how Lemoire disappeared. That's right! Uncle Valent did that illusion too. Gavin was in my dreams. Stop! but you're missing him on TV right now. I was just getting to the good part. I suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. Where'd he go? What you're now seeing is rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. Oh, hey, we know that place. The Sunshine Coliseum. Hey, that's where the Cavaliers concert was. Only 3 more days until miracles happen here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary troupe Gramarye is performing for the first time in 7 years. That's gonna be great! I'm so there! You and Daddy are coming too! The legendary Gramaryes. If Trucy's real father were still alive, he'd be on that stage performing miracles. I've got the tickets and everything. Here's yours, Apollo. Magic show ticket received. Squeak! Hang on, let me just look at it. Magic show, Volant Gramarye. Doors open at 10 o'clock. It's ticket. Are you ready, Apollo? Ready for what? For what? For the Troupe Gramarye Grand Magic Show. It's not like I'm getting up on stage or anything. What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not part of what's going on upstage. What's going on up on stage? I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one. Huh? You mean I can't go in this? No. Doesn't get more straightforward than that. Oh, okay. Anyway, squeak! Ah, you are here. Working hard or hardly working? Oh, hey! My guess was correct. Hey, how have you been? Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I'd want to hear from my own kid. Though he has been gone a long time. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you. Yay, pudding! I love pudding! Ooh, it's farm fresh. Farm fresh pudding. And not just one pudding, but 3 whole cups. I'll have to pace myself. Well, I'm beat. That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. You've got to take it easy with the secrets, you know. How right you are. So you still can't tell us what your mission is. Take that as a no. Maybe it's time. It has something to do with you anyway. Huh? With me? Ooh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy. Can I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me. You've heard of the jurist system, yes? Oh my god, are we finally implementing a jury? Instead of just throwing evidence around? The jurist system? That's right. The new legal system everyone's talking about. The hot new trend in judicial systems. Have you heard of it, Apollo? Huh? Maybe? Tiny guillotine. Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. The jurist system, huh? Hot new justice. First things first. Hello, Charlie. The plant. It intrigues you, doesn't it? Not really. It's just the only thing in here that doesn't have some secret function. No secrets, but lots of memories. And a name, too. Want to hear it? Not really. His name is Charlie, if you were curious. Really, I wasn't. Charlie! The champion, the real hero. No one's practicing the piano, as usual. Even calling him a pianist is an insult to pianists everywhere. Okay, Apollo, I'm gonna guess what you're thinking right now. Huh? What, was I making a funny face or something? Ah, I'm so hungry. I'm right? Of course I am. There's no of course about it. You guessed wrong. Besides, that's not what I'm thinking. It's what you're thinking. Ah! How'd you do that? You read my mind, Apollo. At least you've got that pudding. That's right. Try not to eat my share, will you? We get pudding too? Amazing. A plate of plastic spaghetti for displaying in a shop. That's true. Where the heck does she get this stuff? That magician in the photo, is that your... My real daddy, yep, Zach Gramarye. He disappeared when I was little. I hung that up there so I wouldn't forget what he looked like. I see. She's smiling, but I'll bet that smile doesn't go very deep. Oh. Oh, Trucy. Oh, dear sweet Trucy. Anyway, I'm an attorney. Look at my badge. Ah, present... Phoenix? Phoenix Q, right? Did my fair share of that back in the day. Showed my attorney's badge a lot, too. He may look cool and calm now, but you should have seen him before. You know me too well, Trucy. I'm glad I provided this opportunity for a little family bonding. Hey, thanks. God, shit! Anyway, tell me about this radical new justice system. So, Daddy, what's this jurist system thing? Well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is? I've heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if a guy's innocent or guilty. Do you know Apollo? Only from TV. It's 12 people, chosen from the community, right? Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the jurist system. No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurists cooperate with the judge. They help and analyze the case from different angles. Ah, and there will be only 6 of them under the current proposal, right? Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo. Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully, people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now. I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show. Starring Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright, his assistant Trucy, and Mascot Apollo. The perfect team. Hey, thanks. Mascot, hey! So what is this secret mission? The jurist system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo. Too true. Everyone's got an opinion, and they just talk and nothing gets decided. Kinda like you, Apollo. Hey, thanks. I'm not that bad, am I? In any case, we're gonna give it a shot. A test, if you will. I don't like tests. We'll take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with that process, incidentally. Helping how? Well, for one, I'll be chair of the Jurist System Simulated Court Committee, JSSCC. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurist candidates, even the judge in the courtroom. Wow, it's like you have a real job. Get his ass. No, not here, detective. Not here. Hang on, do I have? There is! If you have 2,000 just points, you can time out someone else. I was never that good at the piano, to be honest. Shit, I wasn't tabbed in. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. Hey, look, you did it. What does the thing say? For a minute, maybe? For 1 minute. Well. Godspeed, Matthew. Later, Viz. Thanks for hanging out. Okie dokie. Alright, tab back in. The trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. Oh boy. The trial simulation, that is. A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, since it's the first run-through of a new system, I wanted something simple. Good thinking. No sense wearing yourself out on something too serious. True. The case is a murder. Oh, nice and simple. That's not simple at all! By simple, did you mean that the defendant is... guilty? Yes, most likely. So, good luck, Apollo. Oh, you volunteered me! Oh, you volunteered me! With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Recall that I said it had something to do with you. Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case anyway. No sweat. Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potentially serious sentence. The most serious in a worst-case scenario. You mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial. That's a real trial. All the forms have been filed. There's no turning back now. What, you didn't need my signature? The trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room in your schedule. Oh, but the magic show! Oh, but the magic show! Why am I only hearing about this now? Ah, yes, there was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Eh? Something that happened last night? Oh, this is a lot. Oh, this is a lot. Oh, okay. Just gonna... Godspeed again, Matthew. Good night, Matthew. Good night forever. See you later. Damn it. Got back in. Hey, Apollo. I know you're all excited about that secret mission. But what about this? The Troop Gramarye Grand Magic Show. Huh? Oh, right. The card tricks. They're not card tricks. They're grand illusions, miracles, the apocalypse. Heaven and earth will shake. So what? That's 3 whole days from now. Oh, I thought it was tomorrow. Good, good, good. It's at Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go. Let's go today. We can say hi to Uncle Valen. Have fun. What? I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing. Right. Why not go with her? But what about the secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow regardless. I don't trust that smile. He knows something he's not telling me. Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum. I suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there. Ah, Gramarye. That reminds me. What's this, Daddy? Isn't that silk hat the Gramarye seal? Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Why do I get the feeling that that's like kanji that they stylized? That's very cute. Thanks, it's great. But today isn't my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? October 7th. Huh? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. Then it's a Recycle Your Plastics present. Yippee! So it's plastic. I've given up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So what is it? Can I open it, Daddy? No. Oh, fuck, that's a very serious face. Oh, we haven't seen that face before. Oh, I don't like it. Huh? You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it until then? Because that would be the logical thing to do. Grammary envelope. Do not open. An envelope about the Grammarys, huh? That is super looks. Grammar Magic Ink. Ah, looky here, a handwritten signature. It says I can't read it. Seems odd to me. I mean, isn't the signature intended to show ownership? What's the use if no one can read it? Isn't it enough if you can read your own? Oh, I never thought of it that way. Open it. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Alright, so what case are you gonna use? You really want to know, don't you? I would love to. Of course I do. I mean, I'm gonna be defending, aren't I? If all goes well, then yes. Of course, this is just a test. We wanted everyone to start without preconceptions. A blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Phoenix. Well, mine. Committee chair, remember? Oh. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose. I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. Hi, Jen. Good, that's better. But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Apollo? If I am in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility. For good or for bad. Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright. I'd recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, you can talk to your client. If you can get her to talk. Well, time's a-wasting. Son of a bitch, I know exactly what he means by that. God fucking... I remember one or two things about this case. One is the thing that we're about to go discover. And the other was the thing that I mentioned when we started this whole endeavor. And I mentioned that I remembered one very specific instance of us using our special eyes. It's gonna happen in this case. I mean, it has to. This is the final case. It will happen in this case, and God, I'm looking forward to it. It's so beautifully stupid and stupidly beautiful that it has remained in my brain since whenever the hell I played this game. Hey, what even is envelope? No, I'm not presenting anything. I'm leaving. Goodbye. October 7th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Exactly. That's what I was talking about at the beginning of stream, was that I accidentally saw some spoilers for the last case, but that happened like 3 days ago, so I didn't really remember them at all. That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes! Maybe I should complain. I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us. You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show. It always works that way. Like shouting, "Oh, waiter!" and they're standing right behind you. Oh, guard! Is our client gonna be much longer? What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? What? Do you see a client? Oh. Eek! You know, now that you mention it. Where'd you come from? Hi. Well, anyway, please have a seat. You don't look like you're sitting. Are you sitting? I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence. It builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right! Okay. Mr. Hat! I'm the amazing Mr. Hat! Oh. Ah! She passed out! Huh. Miss Magic Underwear might have been a better bet. That's Magic Panties, Apollo. Hey, are you okay? I know that you won't answer me. I'm an attorney. Look at my badge. See this here? Does it ring any bells? Does anything I say ring anything? Okay. Hello? I'm your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know? And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? What are you saying, Apollo? Tell me, what? Apollo. I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. I seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems. Hey, what's your name? So what's your name? Right, I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I didn't do that in the first part that said introductions. I just babbled some nonsense about astrology. I'm Apollo, Apollo Justice. Ace Attorney, TM. And I'm Trucy Wright. I know, this is getting nowhere fast. Hey, I know. Maybe you can tell us what happened. I'm your defense attorney, after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately? Well, the other day, this tourist from out of town stopped to ask me directions. Later, Trucy. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. Though I think I understand despair a little better now. You did good, Apollo. What is that? Look, she's doing her nails? What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it? That doesn't look that... Is that what her hand looks like? I don't... Let's go, Trucy. What is... Okay. Oh, I see. That was a bottle of nail polish. Excuse me. Hmm? Could you read this? Sure. I feel like a teenager on a first date. Why, Apollo? And this is the love letter we passed from desk to desk at school. Why, Apollo? Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It's a business card with a name and an address. The name is Vera Misham? Vera Misham, Vera, Miss Ham? Miss Ham. She's a, she likes turk bacon. She likes bacon. Miss Ham? Misham? Sham? Me sham? My sham? Is it a sham? Is she a sham? I got nothing. The address is for Drew Studio. There's card added to court record. Hey, get up and stretch time. And you're giving me this card because... Okay, bye. Well, looks like we're finished here. I wonder if Drew Studio is the scene of the crime. Let's go find out. Okay. What a pretty business card. Looks like a postcard almost. And on the back, just her name. That seems odd to me. Huh? What does? Why write your name on the front and back of the card? Why not use the space on the back for a self-portrait or a caricature? Then people would remember what you look like, too. That's not a bad idea, actually. I think it might be. Here, give me one of your cards, Apollo. She's drawing something. Hey, my hair is not that spiky. Ooh. October 7th, Drew Studio. Yeah, it looks like a crime scene to me. It looks like a studio. It's like life imitating art. Or maybe it's the other way around. But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. Yeah, looks like we found our crime scene. Apollo, look at all those paintings. Hey, don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking. No, it's not. Don't touch the paintings! Don't touch the art! Huh? Apollo, look at this one. Looks half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath. But that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, good point. That is odd. Drew Misham's paintings added to court record. All the paintings have a really different style, too. Ah, I thought I might find you two here. Oh, hey! Emma! Long time no see. Oh. Seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here, too. You know about the trial simulation tomorrow? I've heard about it, sure. So Mr. Wright chose you, huh? We don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed. The artist who owns the studio, that is. Mr. Drew Misham. Okay, Drew, hang on. Drew, I get, because he's an artist. He draws things. Drew, got it? And he's dead, so it's in the past tense. He drew things. Got that? Misham. 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 You know, I think I have an idea. I'm gonna keep it to myself, though. I'm gonna keep it to myself. Misham. And his daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. It was funny, though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who would commit murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning? That's how it was done, you know. Poisoning's a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman. Poisoning? Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my snackoos. We can't talk to anyone related to the case this time around, which means we'd better find out as much as we can here at the scene. Or else. What in the goddamn... What? Okay, just one thing at a time. Tiny picture. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. Ka-chee! Look at this! So cute. So this is Drew Misham. And this little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close. A happy little family. That is tragic, Mittens. Until you arrested his daughter. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Uh-huh, right. Even smaller picture. Ooh, cute! Look at the tiny frame, Apollo! Tiny is right. That thing's barely 2 inches high. What picture would fit in that? None, apparently. It's empty. There's no glass in it either. What's it doing sitting on the desk? This is a lesson for us all. Be sure to check the size when you buy frames. You know, I have another vague memory of that tiny frame. I don't know why. Specifically of her saying, "Oh, what a tiny frame, it's so cute." Is this a journal? Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write a single line. Ugh, you had me going for a while there. Oh, yeah. Something about the way that figure is posed. I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of your flamboyant gestures. Oh yeah, he's doing an objection. Please, I am a professional. Wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? Suspicious envelope. This envelope has been opened and resealed. Oh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh? Whoever did this wasn't so delicate. You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? Postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago. Why would someone open a letter, then seal it again? I better hang on to this. Red envelope. Hey, Apollo, what's this feather thingy? Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen? But it doesn't have a pointy end. That was most likely for sweeping detritus off the desk. Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific, that's my motto. Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? Whoa. Whee! Wait. Well, what do we have here? It looks like a person thinking about something. Maybe they're worried. Like, what should I have for supper? A hot dog or a hamburger? You know, I've always wondered about that. Why is there supper and dinner? Are they different meals or the same thing? Maybe that's what this person's thinking about. I think they used to be different things, like supper was like slightly earlier in the day. But now they're just kind of interchangeable. I don't remember. It's a pufferfish. Is that a pufferfish? Apollo, that's clearly a porcupine fish. They're not the same thing? You know what gets me? They've got all these needles, right? But what's protecting that soft spot in the lower belly there? Nothing. Must remember to keep Trucy away from small round fish. Whee. Apollo, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch. Oh, looks like it was only half completed. Huh? That's funny. Did the rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you too? They do, actually. What's that all about? it around, yeah. Apollo, look! It's been opened once here. You're right. I wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside. Should I try to get it open and then stick it back shut? Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea. Emma, let's ask her. Oh, can we x-ray the evidence? We struck gold! What in the goddamn... What's all this equipment here for? It doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood, too. Though his equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this? From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used this stuff for years. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. Oh, do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. This is a crime scene, Trucy. But these cost like $50 at the magic shop. Oh boy. Is this desk for painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table. Drafting? Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Why would a painter need a drafting table? Is he an architect too? Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. We could repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green? That'll be enough of that, thanks. Because architects are, see, in the fictional universe of Overwatch, architects are the people who work for the Vishkar company, such as Symmetra, my former main. That letterbox looks funny sitting inside a room like this. Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Misham would put his letters in there, and the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. Ah, that's the victim's coffee mug. Aha! So the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poisoned mug of coffee. I would hope so. Poisoned coffee? Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side, after all. Coffee mug. Mission. Was the cup itself poisoned? Huh. Maybe since that's what that says. Oh, it's large shit. Hey, look there! That stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. What? Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. Okay, yeah. No, this stain is probably... better ask Emma. She won't tell us. Second mug. I imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use. Guests? Did the police already analyze this cup too? Not a trace of poison was found on that cup. Aha! On the cup! So the killer was after Drew Misham alone. Hey, what's this conspicuous painting behind the dresser? Hey! There's a painting hidden back here. Hey, you're right. What if it's embarrassing somehow and he didn't want anyone to see it? You certainly seem pleased by the possibility. Huh, it's so normal. That's hardly something to get mad about. Hey, look, it's identical. What is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this painting look like... Never mind. I'd better get a professional opinion on this. Hidden painting. Notable for the large plum in the foreground. Yeah, how about that? Yeah, how about that? Enhance. Hey, Apollo, this painting, I know it! Huh? Really? It's that story where the old woman is doing the wash in the river. And this giant peach comes a-floating on down. That might possibly be the strangest thing I've ever heard. I think there's gonna be something on the back. Something. There must. There simply must. Eek, Apollo! That's where the body was. That's the spot where Mr. Drew Misham passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, there's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up until the moment he died. Wow, a true artist to the end. Or maybe he started it a year ago and was procrastinating. I mean, showing these as new things, but I already... Am I taking a close look at those paintings? I just love oils. You know how they're so thick? Is that the word? I too like oils. Paints are all dry. Surprised at how different these all are. Yeah, and what's going on with this half-finished one? Must have been a work in progress. Still see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketch part doesn't really fit the finished parts. Oh, that is weird. Ugh. I'm an attorney. Look at my badge. I was wondering if you could take a look at this. I'm a detective. A detective! You can't just ask me any old thing and expect an answer. You need to be a little more focused in your inquiries. Scientific, even. Yeah, fine. Hey, how's it going? So, this, Drew Misham was some kind of artist? Apparently. Did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. Had a lot of female fans, too, for what it's worth. What does that mean? Oh? Well, I guess his stuff is kinda pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. Huh? So it was a standalone painting or something? Is that what she means? He was an odd bird, Misham. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean to anyone? He was always locked up here in the studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he'd put in that letterbox there. Letters? Do people still write letters? What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Not Mr. Misham. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? Letterbox. In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. Oh, you mean the killer? Proceed! The suspect, please. We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Misham's and Vera's, basically. What do you mean, basically? What do you mean, basically? Actually, last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever? Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? So this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Misham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. Oh no. That does sound like a scene. Oh no. Huh. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm? Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client? But why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. So about the poison. It was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into the studio. I guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. Yeah. And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview. First and last. At around 9 p.m. every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night, he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died? She poisoned him on the night of his interview? Wouldn't the reporter see? He wasn't near Mr. Misham when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter. Yet the reporter never got near Mr. Misham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. No, they referred to the reporter as a he. Huh. I had a terrible feeling for a moment that it was Lotta Hart. Huh. Never mind. Don't forget, Flattery will get you everywhere with her. What are you whispering about? Well, I was thinking... I mean, what is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene? What is it we always do? Scientifically. Ah, you know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get scientific now? Oh, I suppose. Just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. Neat! Boy howdy, do I have things for you. Well, let's start here. About this mug. There's a pale blue residue on the rim. Eh? Ah, that... Yes, well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard there's a kind of coffee called blue... Not you too. Emma, not you too. No, Emma. Emma, no. No, not you too. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Ah, right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science! I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So, what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? The spray, that's what. It turns blue when it touches poison. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug. That's right. See? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Huh. In a perfect lip print? Something's fishy about all that. Wow, science is amazing. Certainly is helpful. Maybe you're willing to help us out a bit more. About poison analysis. I was afraid you were gonna ask about that. See, this solution is used to test for atraquinine. Oh, that's what. See, that's the thing that. I remember that difficult word. I remember that very difficult word from the last trial, when it was in a Clavier used it in a song title. Some atraquinine. So it's poison. Good. You could just say poison, Clavier. Atro, huh? Atraquinine. 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 The deadly poison found in the autopsy. Uh-oh. I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited. Best tread lightly. It's one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. Then... If he collapsed immediately after taking a drink. Yeah, because she said he suddenly became violently ill after getting his coffee. So then, something's fishy about all this. Takes at least, oh, never mind. Okay, well, okay, I was expecting more like an hour or so, but sure, I guess 15 minutes is relatively slow for poison. Fine. It takes at least 15 minutes from time just Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown that's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details. Yeah, no, it's really not. I think I get it. You just spray the stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try too, Emma. Pretty please. You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Yay! Let's give it a whirl, Apollo. Ah! Ah! What are you doing? I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you. How's this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand. Let's just get down to checking for real poisons, shall we? Ooh! Whee! There's definitely something that they want me to find, but I don't know what the range is on this stuff. A hand icon? Oh, as in... Interaction partially. I see. Mhm. What might you put in your mouth? I mean, geez, all kinds of things, really. Bada-boom, 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 bada-boom. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, we know how the healthcare system is. Have you seen Dr. fucking Creepazoid? That's the healthcare system. Hey, Mittens, can I assume that you know the answer? And if so, left or right? Left? Right. Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. A trick. Yeah. Sure, I'm a checked on all response. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? Did you spray that little desk over there? I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far. I hate it here. I remember. Oh, I know exactly what was in that frame. I know exactly what was in that frame. I remember. Yeah. Uh-huh. Not a word, but we all remember. A reaction, Apollo? Ah! Where? The inside of that cute little frame. Look! Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Jersey. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that I was the one who found it. Tiny frame added to court record. Yeah. I knew I remembered that cute little frame. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? Looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. Hey, so like, about this painting. Oh, that? Quite good, isn't it? That's not what I wanted to ask you about. You want to examine it. Is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. But without that, sorry. He wants us to do a little footwork on our own first. So what about this other painting? What about this other painting? Ah! Ah! That one? What about it? What about it? Yeah, what about it, Apollo? Take a closer look at it, both of you. Now look at this other one. This is the third painting he was working on. Hey, they're the same! I was hoping you wouldn't find that. It's so obvious, Emma. You're right, though. Drew Mission was copying this painting. Wow, it's pretty good! Copying a painting. What for? Oh, okay, I guess that's that. Wondering if you could take a look. Okay, never mind. Yeah. It's poisoned. Oh. Looks like you have to take this back part off first to put a photo inside. It'd have to be a really small photo. True. That pale bluish stain. Why would there be poison on something like this? One obvious reason. Whoever put poison in the coffee rubbed a bit on here too. Not very obvious, Trucy. Oh, okay. That's... Yeah, you know what? I guess we didn't take it off the wall and bring it with us. So yeah, sure. So then, can I... About this painting? Okay, never mind. But what about this? About this envelope? Oh, that! Yes, why that's a bright red envelope. Sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed? That's a first. You mean you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all. Ah, you mean you were the one who ripped this open? Ha! Please, I would have steamed it open. But you did sneak a peek at it, apparently. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Is it science? Yes, the use of tools! Highly specialized tools for information gathering. As I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. Little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one, but it's good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. About that envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning. You want to know about my tool, do you, Emma? Emma. It's called an X-ray analyzer. X-ray, like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right. At least that's what I call it. Huh? It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. Something. How am I supposed to remember all that? So basically it lets you see inside things, like envelopes. That's right. You're sharp, Trucy. But it's a bit more complicated than that, in practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma? Please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. All right, let's give it a spin, Apollo. Oh, God. Ah! What are you doing? Oh, just seeing if I could see through your hair, but it's like lead. Point that thing at me anymore and it might all fall out. Then I wouldn't need an x-ray machine to see through it. Let's just get down to business, shall we? Test it on a sample first. Just so happens that I have a lottery ticket here. Scanning. Beep boop. Scanning. You set the sample in the device like so. Don't see anything. Patience? No need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. Layer view of the envelope. Okay, got it. Layer view. Set to display the outside envelope now, see. Oh god. Yeah. Hey, what does it say if... What if... Oops, never mind. We'll never know. I didn't do that, by the way. You choose what depth you want to scan. Got something. That's how I see. Cool, huh? Except I can't read them. Turn the dial a little more. Still not doing that. The sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you can see that paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. Breaks cards down into thin layers so it can only show what's written on that layer. Not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? I would go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit if you would. Like going over the image with less stick while holding down A? The very same, Trucy. The very same. Oh. Compound fracture. Fixes the image on the screen. Turn the dial again, just a smidge. And run this image to fix it too. I get it. We just keep doing this until we've got the whole thing. Exactly. Okay. Oh, I see. Oh, I love that noise. That's really great. Oh, that's my favorite. 49. You lose. Oh, I see. You know, that feels like a step up, but okay. Ouch, you lose. At least you know where you stand, eh? Anyway, now you see the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Now let's try it out on the real thing, shall we? Smoky smoky. Scanning. Beep boop. Scanning. Oh boy. Oh, that's such a good noise. I love it. Oh boy. Mr. Drew Misham, I've deposited the $100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Someone deposited $100,000 into Mr. Misham's account? His paintings must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Care to take a look? Oh boy. If you're gonna read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. Here goes with the second page then. Oh boy. Oh, more high-pitched beeping noises. I love it. It's my favorite. How did you know? Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. So it was a letter about payment for one of his paintings. Why all the secrecy, though? And what? Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him. Well, Emma? Well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. Red envelope updated. So, Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story the night of the crime? I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so. I'll never forget that face, but what was his name? Oh, right! Brushel. Oh, fuck. Oh, I remember this fucker. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, right, Brushel. Brushel? Spark Brushel. He's after a scoop to sell the papers. So a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you? Really strange. It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician. Magician? Well, if it's not Trucy, that leaves only one other person. There can only be 2 magicians in any town at any given time. It wasn't Volant Gramarye by chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So he's out interviewing Volant Gramarye. Magician and what? Boo. Boo! Looks like I'll be headed out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Freelance journalist. Smart Brushel, freelance journalist. Guess you gotta have a good business card if you work freelance. Really? What's this? A camera lens finder? It's an aperture, silly. Do reporters take photos too? Guess if he's freelance, he'd have to. You should try being a prosecutor and a defense attorney. You'd always win. I don't think that's how that works. Why don't I become a rock star too while I'm at it? May as well. What the god... You know what? He took her advice. He took Trucy's advice and put a caricature on the back of his business card so people would know what he looked like. That's incredible. That's amazing. Alright. October 7th, Sunshine Coliseum. Woohoo! This is it, Apollo. The place where magic and dreams converge. Just a while ago was the place where murder and nightmares converged. Let's go say hi to Uncle Valent. What about the case? I'm gonna take a guess. Wah-ha-ha-ha-ha! Only a performer laughs like that. The young Miss Trucy! How often I hoped we'd meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream. Tee-hee, Uncle Valent, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too. Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits. Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? You know what? Now that I think about it, hey, remember that image that mental image that I remembered of Trucy in front of this background? Now that I think about it, this one seems more correct. For some reason, just the last case, bits and pieces of that final case have stuck in my brain. Yeah. See, I thought it was the last case because it's the same stadium. That's the word. But I think just the color scheme of this one, like that balloon in the top left. I'm pointing at my screen like you can see. Look at the balloon. What about the color scheme? If you've come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you. Actually, we came to wish you good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show. Oh, but it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles, such as the ones I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing. We get the picture. The world will watch in wonderment as Magnifie's illusions are reborn. Here on stage, by my hand. Oh, okay. I'm an attorney. Look at my badge. Ah ha 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 ha! A challenge, is it? You want me to make that disappear? Very well, give it to me! No, don't do that. Are all magicians like this? Apollo? What was that look just now? I was just thinking how hard it is to get any information out of a magician. Yeah, you're right. The big magic show. Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Gramarye Miracle is back after a 7-year absence? Miss Trucy, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his. Daddy. My co-magician in training, Zach Gramarye. If that terrible thing hadn't. It's okay. Your father was a great magician, Trucy. If he were alive, then I, Valant Gramarye, would have been proud to stand upon this stage as his assistant. Hey, we never heard that he was dead, only that he went missing. Do you perchance know something that we don't, Mr. Gramarye? Thanks, Uncle Valant. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think, we get to see the great Magnifie's illusions again. She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? My mentor, the magnificent Magnifie Gramarye, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations. I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience, and then sped off to outer space, faster than the speed of sound. I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Gramarye Troop's secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses, how can I help you? If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law, which governs our land? That's vaguely familiar. I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic. The performance of Magnifie's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more! 7 years. That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it? And why was that? A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy. Intellectual property. Can you tell us about these performance rights? Magnifie's magic relied on an incredibly innovative idea, a trick, if you will. That trick was considered his property, and as such was protected by property laws. Intellectual property, maybe? Magnifie knew this and bequeathed it in his will to one person. Was it Zach Gramarye? You mean him? Yes, Miss Trucy, it was your father. Zach Gramarye was the inheritor of the Gramarye Miracle. Daddy. Yet, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where this story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, those rolled up sleeves conceal your competence well, young man. What's wrong with my sleeves? That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years. Oh! Yes, Miss Trucy, though it pains me to say it. This past spring, April to be precise, was the time. Oh hey, that's when we started here. Your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnifi passed to me. This was, in fact, stipulated in the will by Magnifi himself. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing. Permanently. Daddy. Well, this was, a really great conversation. But my voice hurts. I'm gonna stop now. God, I have my Steam open, and I just saw the screenshot that I took of Phoenix. Ugh, fucking God. We have fun here. We have fun here. Oh, my goodness. I didn't even notice the time. It's coming up on my bedtime. 3 minutes even. Ah! No wonder I'm so eepy. Wow. But yes, next week. Let me think. I don't think we'll finish this next week. I think it's gonna take 2 more streams. I think it's gonna take 2. Yeah, the rate we've been going. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because we've done, like, a chapter and a half? I don't know. Anyway, 2 more streams. 2 more streams! And we'll be all done with Apollo Justice. Please, do you know how many fucking visual novels that I have on my Steam page, on my Steam account? How many of them that I have gotten all of the Steam achievements in? Do you know how many? I have a special section. You know how you can, like, set labels for your games? I have one devoted entirely to visual novels. Huh. There are 24 in this category. That's so... Wow, that's actually more than I thought. There are 24. And those are just the ones that I have marked as such. Noir. Every time. Every time. Every time my brain needs a noir saxophone sting, it's just smell of coffee or whatever. Darkness, dark coffee, roast, waiting for coffee at a cafe. Anywho. Oh, hey. Perfect timing. That's the get up and stretch, the dark fragrance of coffee. Thank you. That's the get up and stretch time and my bedtime alarm. I'm gonna go now. I'm going to go eat in a few minutes. I have to shut down and get stuff and things, you understand. But I'm gonna go eat. You should do so as well if you feel eepy. No, 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 no. No dying. Dying is illegal. Dying is illegal, punishable by death. Fragrance of dark coffee, same difference. Have a good. Thank you all for joining me today. I'll see you next week for the penultimate, because penultimate means second to last. Fun fact: people always think that it means last. I didn't learn until like a few years ago that it means second to last. This penultimate stream, the penultimate episode of A Palace Justice. Be there. Or don't. I'm not your parent. Well, but if I go for like 2 more minutes, then it'll be exactly 6 hours. Oh, but no, I can't. I'm sorry. It'll just have to be an unsatisfying number. I'm very sorry. I gotta go. I simply must. I gotta go. Goodbye.